All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is January 22nd, 2026, and we don't have as much geopolitics today. If anything, it is the positive follow-through from yesterday. So you still got Davos, still getting a bunch of meetings, getting a bunch of these headlines, but all in all, the deal with Greenland yesterday and kind of walking back from the edge, that has people feeling chill. And with all the other headlines this morning, I don't know if y'all know, but it's definitely earnings season because there is a lot of pieces of news coming out and you are getting a lot of different reactions. So I hope you're ready to wrap up this week. It is Friday, Junior. We got one more day. It was a short week, but then next week, we're going to be getting earnings. You did get a little bit of data today with the GDP, and that actually came in very hot. I think you could tie it into the Davos theme, but literally all of that drama that we started the week with, geopolitically, that's calming down. People are focusing more on the run it hot theme, and now all you got to deal with is this global bonds, but clearly after this little move here, people are a little less concerned for now. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked in. I hope you had a beautiful evening. I hope you're glad to be here, baby. But Chatadonia, oh, I need an early good morning. I forgot you didn't give me the adjusted good morning, bro. Oh, what's going on? What up, Farmer Jim? What up, Mr. Stallone? AP, you're right. PNC, Devin, Christina, Absent, Cody, BDA. What up, Jacobin? What up, Legal? Good morning, Mr. Zernecki. What up, Jackson, Tyler, Daniel, ABC, Rick, Humble Business, Chad, Cleveland again, GG. What's up, baby? How you doing, Namir? What up, Swaffy? What up, Battleborn? Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Edwards, Tyree, Lucky Soldier. What up, Darren, Exordius, Mr. Malone's, Eames, Anzo, Derek, Mr. Drew Bonsby, No Step on Snack, Flavor. Oh, for your head top, please don't pump on anybody's head top. Just get a long term. And I don't know, bro. I'm still a little clapped. I feel a lot better today, though. But, oh, man. Chad, you guys got the game plan from yesterday? For real, though, bro. Because all we got to do is wait. Oh, we got Intel earnings, too. So you just got to wait for the right opportunity. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to force it. You don't got to force any. Let it come to you, my brothers. And you will be good. So, Chad, I hope you're feeling good. I hope you are feeling blessed. And now, here is your friend, Josh AI, with the news.
Davos / Greenland. Trump claims infinite deal with NATO's Rutte on Greenland respecting Danish sovereignty. Axios eases tariff threats. FT, Telegraph, CNBC. Danish PM Fredriksson welcomes Greenland framework talks but insists sovereignty non-negotiable for Golden Dome. CNBC. Trump says Greenland deal framework includes rare earth mineral rights for U.S. and NATO allies. CNN. Geopolitics. Putin to meet U.S. envoys Witkoff and Kushner on Ukraine, peace-frozen assets, and Trump's Board of Peace. Reuters. Trump says he will meet again with Ukraine's Zelensky, notes deal is reasonably close. Reuters. Iranian state TV issues first official death toll from recent protests, saying 3,117 were killed. AP. Israel plans partial privatization of defense giants EAI and Rafael to offset surging war-related spending. FT. Washington. Supreme Court justices express skepticism over Trump's bid to fire Fed Governor Cook without due process. Reuters. Corporate Apple to release revamped version of Siri as company's first chatbot in H2 2026. Bloomberg. OpenAI in talks with Middle East investors to raise at least $50 billion, valuing company at $750 to $830 billion. Bloomberg. Anthropic revenue run rate exceeds $9 billion. New funding round could easily top $20 billion. Bloomberg. Google research finds DeepSeek, Alibaba AI models display human-like internal cognition. SCMP. Meta's Threads announces it has rolled out ads to all users worldwide. TechCrunch. OpenAI's first hardware device set to be released in 2026 reportedly could be earbuds. TechCrunch. Alibaba preparing for IPO of its semiconductor business. Bloomberg. Valero and Phillips 66 buy first Venezuelan crude cargoes from Vitol under U.S. Caracas export deal. Reuters. Elliott's Citgo acquisition faces new hurdles after Maduro ouster clouds U.S. Treasury approval and Venezuela talks. FT. Kinder Morgan beats Q4 expectations on strong natural gas volumes from data center demand and Permian production. Reuters. United Health to offer rebates to its Obamacare customers in 2026. Reuters. Volkswagen surprises with 6 billion euros automotive cash flow in 2025, far above zero forecast. FT. Markets. BOJ options to calm JGB market include dial back tapering, YCC cutting back on long-term issuance. Reuters. Japan's $7.2 billion JGB market went into meltdown mode on just $280 million of trading. Bloomberg. Goldman Sachs raises end 2026 gold forecast to $5,400 per ounce on central bank and private sector buying. Bloomberg. Individual investors ramping up redemptions from private credit funds. Link. Kospi breaks 5,000 for first time, driven by AI chip boom and corporate governance reforms. FT. Economy. Japan posts 5th consecutive trade deficit in 2025, but halves shortfall amid lower energy prices and record exports. NHK. Japan shifts to primary balance deficit projection for fiscal year 2026 after Takaichi's stimulus package. Bloomberg. Australia's unemployment rate falls to 4.1% in December, boosting jobs market ahead of RBA rate decision. ABC. South Korea economy unexpectedly contracts amid broad weakness in domestic demand. Bloomberg. Central banks. Former Dutch central bank chief not most likely to succeed. ECB's Lagarde. Bloomberg. Norges Bank holds rates at 4%, reiterates patient approach as inflation remains elevated. Reuters. Bloomberg.
Reuters, Bloomberg. There is more, my friends. Actually, I thought there'd be a little bit more. I do have a document for you as well, though. But you got some pre-market movers. Well, let's see if you can see them. KRMN. They're up 10. Guidance updates on Siemens acquisition. VG is up by 9.9. Favorable ruling in arbitration with Repsol. Elon Omar up 5. Piper Sandler upgrade. Baba 3.7 preparing IPO of semi-manufacturing unit T-Head. Datadog up 3.4. Stifle upgrade. Oracle 2.7. U.S. and China reportedly sign off on TikTok deal. Reaction to OpenAI funding report. NTRS is up by 2.4 off earnings. Palantir 2.1. Phillips Capital initiates buy. Cortera is up by 39. Rosella trial meets OS primary endpoint. I actually have some data on that for you. SSL is up by 8.4. Fiscal second quarter production and sales estimate. TMC is up by 7. Confirmed submission of NOAA application. Corvus up 5. 7 million share offering at $22 a share. Sermal up 4.8. MOU with TQB of Saudi Arabia for processing refining. USAR 4.2 selects EPCM contractors for round top. GLSI is up by 36. FDA approves use of commercially manufactured GP2 in Flamingo 01. Roller up 29. IMSR up 14. OTA agreement with DOE for Project Tefla. OPRT is up by 12. Preliminary Q4 results. CEO to step down. MDCX 9.7 amends Travelix license agreement. Lowers royalty rate. ACTU, Jenks up 7.2, license in collaboration with Bristol Myers. LYTS up 5.7 off earnings. SRFM up 5. Mokule Airlines business update. GLDD is up by 4.7, initiated overweight at JP Morgan. Semi-stocks trading higher. That MRAM one keeps showing up. Trading lower. ORI down 7.1 off earnings. MKC down 6 off earnings. Abbott down 5.6 off earnings. QGen down 2.1. Deutsche Bank downgrade. Rocket Lab down 1.8. Neutron test update. GE down 1.1 earnings. Procter Gamble down 1.1 earnings. Kimberly Clark and Sympathy. AXGN down 5.7, 4 million offering. RLI down 3.5 off earnings. Mobileye down 3.4 off earnings. TE 3.3 mixed shelf. Legend down 2.3. TD Cohen downgrade. Crocs down 2.1. KeyBank downgrade. NG down 1.6 off earnings. KNX down 1.6 off earnings. ACHC down 1.5 off earnings. And then WYFI down 3.6. 200 million convert. And Cal CFO departure. There's a little bit more. There's a little bit more. So yeah, where is it? Let's see. Please hold. I don't know the sizing of this. Okay, hold on. We got to adjust. Make adjustment. All right. So yeah, this is the big news. There's actually 2 of them this morning. But the first one is Meta. So literally Meta's ripping. And this is what I was saying here. I don't know if you guys realize, but as long as we don't have to deal with any bond stuff, depending on what other else we get from Davos and geopolitics, people are going to start focusing on the earnings and everything we're getting into in the next couple of weeks. So Meta, this might start the front run there, but the ads on Threads, and this is crazy because I don't know if this is real or not. Do you guys realize there's more users or active daily growth on Threads than Twitter? Did you know? Do any of you use Threads? So yeah, well that's there, but they're doing ads. Stocks up like I think $16 or something, a couple percent. And then Baba, literally we started playing Baidu on the chip stuff. I didn't know Baba was IPOing a unit. I thought they were going to use Baidu, but for the most part, they're coming out with their own semiconductor IPO. So that's going to be bullish. It all ties into the AI theme. I sold my Babas yesterday. I kept my Baidu. I made my Baidus free, but yeah, they got the gap up here. That one's big. And then UNG and Weather. This was the one that we made a move on yesterday. It's up a little bit today, but simply just going to be like a very big wild card. Eventually, it's going to stop, but it's liable to go crazy depending on how the weather keeps playing out. I mean, if you keep waking up or depending on when it hits, if it's softer or lighter, that's going to affect natural gas. And like literally, this is a once in every 10, 20, some people would even say 30-year event. But yeah, you don't see this too often. I mean, when was the last time we really reacted to a weather event and got this? I mean, just go look at UNG and you'll see the daily price movement. So there's that. Procter Gamble, this one I like Kimberly Clark as well, but their earnings. So there was good earnings. The volumes were light. So just watch how that one plays out. But that's either going to dump or rip. And then Court, where is this one? These are the ones I like on the biotechs. Court, this was up like 30 or 40%. But they had ovarian cancer results. And that literally the last couple of days, you've been getting a bunch of biotechs moving in long duration. So keep your eyes out for it. If today doesn't really have too much, that might be an opportunity. And then Janks and BMY. This one's interesting because Janks is pretty smaller, and then they got $50 million up front, and then another licensing deal with BMY. Do you guys have DVR on? I don't know. Oh, I did not know. And then I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. That's all I have for you. So we'll see. But yeah, other than that, I think there's a couple more I could go and get to. Give me a second. Let me turn off the other one. Let's see. Did you have that on there? All right. Yeah, my bad. If DVR's on, I'll turn it off. But we'll find out. Is it only on real time you got the DVR? They're counting IG users. Oh, really? Is that why? But dude, again, they haven't had ads this whole time, but if they do, I think people are going to yeah, you got DVR on the real time. My bad, bro. My bad. And then Intel earnings today. Get ready for that. We'll see if they gap up another 12% again. Yeah, but I did. I forgot a little bit of it. Let me get you the other names here. So literally, OpenAI in talks to raise $50 billion from the Saudis. China signed deal to sell TikTok U.S. business to led by Oracle. And Silver Lake, PG, organic growth light, but price hikes offset weaker volume. GE beat, guided full-year EPS above the street. MKC, EPS missed, profit guidance disappointed. ADTN, out with positive Q4 pre-announcement, citing strong demand and execution. CACI, bookings missed on government shutdown. IPAR pre-announced better Q4 results with Europe a standout. KMI Q4 ahead, full year 26 guide largely in line and talked up leverage data center boom. KNX missed, but takeaways focused on still soft freight backdrop. No company flagged positive signals. LSTR preliminary Q4 hit by insurance, and then LTH pre-announced Q4 ahead of estimates. You had Abbott Labs, they came in line, and I don't think we have any data. Let's see. Market seemingly moving on. Geopolitical tensions easing. Framework agreement with Greenland. Still very few details. And Trump scraping tariff threat. Reprieve provides latest support for buy the dip narrative, particularly around geopolitics, although some thought it should put the focus back on the White House run it hot economic strategy push, which has been a meaningful tailwind for small cap, cyclical, and value pockets of the market, while stretch sentiment and select positioning indicators mentioned as an overhang. This does not seem to be the case for rotation beneficiaries overall. Flow dynamics have been supportive. Next key area of focus will be big tech earnings next week. Market particularly interested in outsized AI capex, AI productivity, and monetization dynamics. AI also in focus with latest funding for OpenAI and Anthropic. Jobless claims 200,000 versus estimate of 207. Continuing claims 1.849 versus 1.894. And then GDP came in hot. And yeah, that's it, man. That's all that we have. So we got about, 10 more minutes till the pledge? We got through that pretty quick, but I am going to be focusing on the individual company news. Again, Meta, Baba, Janks, what was the other one? Court. And then we'll see what type of follow-through we get on like a Procter Gamble. But yeah, dude, after yesterday, you guys saw it, bro. We were dying. I was just sitting here just with the death blow from the sickness, but we were able to catch some good news. And I think it was a good reminder that literally, I mean, I don't know if today's going to be a day filled with geopolitics and, hours and hours of Trump talking. But, if you get the right headline, you're probably going to get a pretty good setup. So, if we end up doing nothing, I'm totally okay with that. But if you could get something good, I think it'll be, and you wait for the right one, I think that's all you got to really look for. Other than that, I would start setting up for earnings as we've been talking about. We haven't really got too much of a read. I mean, you got to see what happened with Netflix, but yeah, it should be a good time. So if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we got 4 minutes and then we will begin our pledge. Yeah, you guys are good on the DVR. I see the Zelensky comments too, but I don't know if today's going to be another day of like hours and hours of Davos content, because yesterday that was all day. Yeah, Zelensky speaks at the World Economic Forum. Oh shit, Elon's gonna be there. I'd be down to listen to Elon. Elon's gonna come on in a little bit. I feel a lot better today. It didn't get worse, so it's good, man. But then I got me some like real this whole time I was taking like allergy medicine. I pulled out the meth head shit. I got some Sudafed, started crushing it up, snorting it. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I got like real cough medicine. So that helped a lot. But then I got the Vicks. So shout out Kimberly Clark. But yeah, man, it was good. And I just slept all day, bro. So it was the first time it didn't get worse in the last couple of days. Yeah, bro, I feel a lot better though. A lot better, but still dying. But like compared to the death blow yesterday, it's like, how can I not be excited? You know what I'm saying? How can I not be excited? You said this is the Ibiza of the world government? Kind of, bro. But they're like, who invited Trump? I did. Did you see what Trump did to Gavin Newsom? So, ironically enough, I mean, it's odd because Gavin Newsom, he doesn't really have a role there, even though California is a pretty large country or economy. But essentially, Gavin Newsom set up like this thing, and then they canceled Gavin Newsom. And then they made Gavin Newsom watch Donald Trump. It's pretty funny. But also, too, that's the storyline that creates villains. But then again, I think he's already a villain. Ilan Omar. Ilan. Oh, yeah. Ilan. So, yeah, I can't wait. We're going to get him at 7:30. I don't know if you want to listen to Zelensky. I feel like I haven't heard. Is he even going to speak? Is he probably going to speak English? You need to raise some money.
As a global force, if its actions don't scare bad actors, then Europe will always be reactive. But not only China. Russia gets components from companies in Europe, the United States, and Taiwan.
I'm still pretty shocked all this stuff's still going on.
Many are investing in
all things considered.
Taiwan to avoid war, but can Taiwanese companies stop contributing?
Yeah, they say Elon's going to be on in like an hour.
War. Europe says almost nothing. America says
about U.S.
nothing.
dumping all
And
U.S.
Putin
assets.
Missiles.
I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're trying to copy Trump with the whole extreme rhetoric. But then like it's like with my girlfriend trying to copy me, but then like with her accent, it don't hit the same. So I think they're trying to copy the whole aggressive Trump rhetoric. But that's why Trump even responded, I believe, this morning, and he said if they do it, they do it. But I don't think they will, and that's why too. It's like when you go look at the bonds, everybody's in a pretty shitty spot. So as far as the EU, just remember like the gilts in some of the other countries, like again, the UK is a little different, but a lot of the EU countries, it's not like their bonds are in a place where if they did something like that and there was anything retaliatory, it would kind of be a mutual destruction.
Now, no one is even talking about it.
Scott Bessett, he said, sugar daddy billionaire? No, I did not.
Here. And we still have the coordinates of the factories where they are made. Today they target Ukraine. Tomorrow it could be any NATO country. And here in Europe we are advised not to mention tomahawks.
Billionaire sugar daddy Alex
To the
Soros.
Americans,
Yo,
not to spoil the mood.
yo, bro, calm down.
And we are told not
Please
to
hold down.
bring
That fucked me up, dog.
Taurus missiles. When the subject is Turkey, diplomats say don't offend Greece. When it's Greece, they say be careful with Turkey. In Europe, there are endless internal arguments and things left unsaid that stop Europe from uniting and speaking honestly enough to find real solutions. And too often, Europeans turn against each other, leaders, parties, movements, and communities, instead of standing together to stop Russia, which brings the same destruction to everyone. Instead of becoming a truly global power, Europe remains a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers.
Governor calls you smug.
Instead of
Yeah,
taking
you know,
the
I think it's very, very ironic that, you know, Governor Newsom, who strikes me as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken, may be the only Californian who knows less about economics than Kamala Harris.
Dog, that's crazy.
He's here this week with his billionaire sugar daddy, Alex Soros.
Is this real?
And the Davos is a perfect place for a man who, when everyone else was on lockdown, when he was having people arrested for going to church, he was having
Dog, he's a
$1,000
Patrick
a night
Bateman
meals
mixed with
at the
Sparkle
French Laundry,
Beach Ken.
And I'm sure the California people won't forget that.
Dog, this is real.
And I can tell my message to Governor Newsom is the Trump administration is
This
coming
feel
to
like one of them
California.
AI clips.
We're going to crack down
Like, you
on
know, where
waste,
they're like, and they
fraud,
start
and
just saying
abuse.
crazy shit.
And I was told he was asked to give a speech on his signature policies, but he's not speaking. Because what have his economic policies brought? Outward migration from California, a gigantic budget deficit, the largest homeless population in America, and the poor folks in the Palisades who had their homes burned down. He is here hobnobbing with the global elite while his California citizens are still homeless. Shame on him. He is too smug, too self-absorbed,
Dog.
and too economically illiterate to know anything.
Thank you very much.
Let me know if you need any further clarification.
Yo, dog,
Europeans
Bessie.
think this is diplomacy, and this will ultimately.
Dog, Bessie's kind of dog. Damn, I didn't know Bessie went that hard. That's your treasury, bro. Imagine fucking Janet. What I think, dog. Wow, I do not want to get on Besson's bad side. I didn't know he went hard like that, bro. I did not think he, like, dog, that was a straight, like, 60 seconds, 90 seconds of, like, punchline after punchline. Bro, he said Patrick Bateman mixed with Sparkle Beach Ken, and then followed it up by saying Alex Soros was his sugar daddy. That's amazing. All right, well, on that note, man, thank you, Mr. Scott Bessent, for the morning laugh. God bless this country. You know that? God bless America. God bless America. So, Chattadonia, let's have a good day. And you know how we have a good day? You make sure you set in your mind it's going to be a good day. You get to decide that, my friends. You get to determine your good day. And before you do that, though, man, you should start it with some appreciation. And that's why every morning, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And that, my friends, is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, man, all the veterans, active service, past service, anybody who has served, even the families, for real, thank you for everything. God bless every single one of you. God bless this country and freedom. And for real, if anybody should be getting that 10% and actually getting the land and using the discipline, if you learned something in the military, if you really did, you could apply it very, very well to everything we are doing here. And I encourage you to do so. So God bless you. Thank every single one of you. And big shout out Everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run. God bless you and thank you, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna! Chadadonia. Are you ready? You better be woken up, bro. You have no excuse. You know that? You have zero. Oh my, just go back to bed though, for real. You can, bro. I was tempted. Maybe yesterday, but Chad, let's go. We're here. I don't know though. After yesterday kind of messed with me, you guys. You know that? Because all we got to do is just wait for a fucking home run. That's all you got to do. But then again, I would think about your earnings. So let's have a good one. Call out anything. Follow the rules. Don't be weird in the chat. I have a little bit more energy today, so I've been letting y'all get away with some shit. So be careful. I encourage you to be wise, be smart, use your time effectively, make it a good community. Please don't pump on everybody's head top. I noticed that. I feel like a lot of y'all, you guys, they're like, Josh, why was it members only? And it's not members only. I'm like, all you wanted to do was just complain about Trump on non-members only, and then post a couple of plays like very, very early. That's it. So come on, man. I want y'all to make the most of it. If you have good questions, we could go over all of them. Maybe talk a little bit about the long term, and then we will have, again, Intel earnings today after the bell. So that could be either very good for the long term in a couple of plays, or we're going to have to wait for next week for a lot more action. But actually, we got 2 minutes. I need to go to the potty. I'm going to be watching Meta, Baba, Mobileye, ANGX, PG, and Court. Oh, I should have threw Janks on that list. Janks. But all right, baby. Let's get it. Good morning. Jesus. Praise God. Amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I could listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Yeah, refresh if you still got a DVR on. And let's have a good day, baby. Again, you got a lot of different news. I think the Meta stuff, if you don't, I don't know if you're going to play that one for earnings. We were talking about that one last week. And then Baba, that one actually surprised me. Zelensky tears into European allies. Oh, I thought it said tears. So he's no way he fucking cried. And then, yeah, we'll get Elon on in about an hour. That should just be fun. Maybe he'll talk a little bit about AGI. And let's have a good day. Again, watch. We'll see where UNG opens up, and then PG. That could be your post earnings continuation. Like I said, that one's either gonna dump or rip. Just because it was a good earnings, but volumes were light. I do not know how people are gonna take that. Abbott had earnings. They came in line. Revenue missed. EPS was in line. Round 1. Fight. All right. Oof. None of these are good. Oh, what? I'm looking at some of the I had a biotech option chain up. Yeah, these spreads are pretty terrible to start out. So good morning. Good morning. Ba 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 ba. Genrack's up 4. Again, UNG was up 4. We'll see if that holds. I don't know where those plays are at though. And then Meta's already gapped up. So yeah, I like the Court one, but Court's expensive. Okay, they filled that. All right. Where is the meta? I think, are the metas more expensive now? Yes. Fuck. So that front run from Friday now. So any front run plays, they were down for like a day, but even after all that volatility, they're up now. I think near the money. Out of the monies are still a little lower. So if it starts ramping up a little bit more, that'll play out different. And then where are the UNGs? You bought the locked in? Go to the video. There's a separate video. So you have to go to that one. I think if you go on the channel, it'll show you. Oh shit, the UNG's ripped. Habibi. Well, it's just a fat ass spread though, too. Alright, I made UNG free. I want to hold it just in case, but now if we got a decent amount for free, I think it'll be good to go. Yeah. Because then if it just goes nuts, you'll be good. But that gapped up 100%. You can make it free and call it a day. Alrighty, and then PG's already up 1.8. Fuck. Well. IBR, I got rid of them. But yeah, I liked it. I had a little bit more time on it. But I didn't want to lose any of them. Damn, that's already at 8. Fuck. You would have killed it on that. I sold too early. But I think I got like 500%. I can't complain too hard. And then the Ryanair. I don't know if your boy Elon's going to say anything. Okay. Well, I sold those. I didn't think it was going to fill me. I got out of the Ryanairs too. Alright. I think I'm done, dude. And now we wait for some drama. Actually, I want to see Baba and the other ones. Palantir, Netflix, Red. It is Friday, Junior. Meta's still going, and again, UNG, but now those are free. And then, yeah, Meta's, again, it's been, when was the last time we've seen even Meta go up, bro? All things considered. So if we start to get those earnings front runs, that could be good. And NASDAQ's already up by 0.9, Russell 0.8, Dow 0.9, and SPY 0.7. Zelensky, Russia has to be ready for compromises. Let's see, PG. So like I'm saying, PG's already at 2. I think it was pricing in like 3.5, 4. But yeah, if it could get above 1, if it goes above 150, it'll go crazy. I don't have a play on that one. Do 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 do. Who's the other one? Virtual Robotics still going up. Court. That was the other biotech. That one, those haven't moved yet. So again, it's those old biotechs like Corvus and IBRX. Those are the ones getting follow through. Baba. And then Baba, I just sold that one too early. Mobileye had bad earnings, but they're coming up. Mobileye's already recovered 2% of that. Do I think gold will inverse the market? I think if it doesn't like dump, it'll just chill out. But I do think the better we do on some of these things, I think at least a little bit of gold. Like this was all just because of like fear and shit. But then again, I mean, the other part I was talking about, like gold tracks the Japanese yields pretty well. So hypothetically, if our market rips, but then the yields on Japan go up, I wouldn't be surprised if gold kept going higher, unfortunately. That's why I kept that one small. It was a little bit low quality after we hit the 1,000%er yesterday. Tap, 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 tap. See what Kimberly-Clark does. I mean, they have earnings, but they reacted like PG for a little bit. Procter Gambling. RR's up 10. Serve is up 3. Honestly, all the robotics ones, I think Mobileye just had the earnings. That was it. Adabe. A lot of you talking about Adabe today. But yeah, I mean, again, I feel like risk on after just calming down some of the geopolitics. But where are we SPY-wise? You're just like kind of back to where we were on Friday. So you did erase a lot of that drama from just starting this week and everything. And that was a mix of yields as well as geopolitics and trade fear. Apple. Where is it? Wasn't there something with Meta? Would I recommend swapping silver to gold? I personally, I don't really have an opinion on that, but I've heard of people doing that because the gold to silver ratio is like the lowest in like 14 years. So that's what some people are kind of advocating for. And they're pretty much saying that silver, you know, move your silver to gold and then it'll kind of balance out. But I mean, personally, I've just been holding my physical gold and silver for a while now. And then, you know, we hit silver really big at the end of last year, beginning of this year. But my plan is waiting till this shit levels out. And then we're going to hit it again. But till then, y'all could have as much fun as you like. And then I'm watching copper as well, too. That's part. Copper actually went down today. The other day when silver and gold were tripping, copper did a little bit better. Dog, these are so expensive. Why they do this, Habibi? Let me see. Yeah, it's up 15. Cord is still moving, but that one's tough. SPY going up here. New high. Again, NASDAQ above 1.0. Literally, NASDAQ and Russell are fighting for the lead. And then Dow 0.9, SPY 0.7. I haven't even looked at the long term today. Where's Intel? Intel not going to do 10% on day of earnings? Now you want to chill, Intel? Really? It's bullshit. Oh, I think we do have the PCE. Or was that personal income? Yeah, you get core PCE and personal income today. So yeah, give it a little bit, 20 minutes. I don't know if we're going to move too much off the data, but it's always a chance. Meta's still going. No, I don't know. We're just gonna, I mean, worst case is if you don't want to do this where we rip up and then bounce back down, that'll be a problem. But otherwise, this is all just meeting the theme. Remember, ever since like September of last year, October, we have just been stuck in this higher range. So I was saying it last week, and then this geopolitics got in the way. But I think the real deciding factor is going to be earnings. And then if earnings doesn't have the juice to move us, then you're gonna have to really wait for a external event. All right, they're trying to move a little bit. Dell's starting to wake up here. Where's Nivda? Nivda's decent. Dizzle. Oh, who else? Baba. That's the one I want to see. Greg Butters. What up, baby? Good morning. And welcome. Make sure you go to the locked in video. I didn't know. So there's another stream for the locked in if you want the real time. Or if you could stay in this one if you want. It's up to you. Yeah, Meta. 3.5 is crazy, dude. But then again, another ad revenue is good. And then I can't believe as many more people are using Threads than damn Twitter. GE and Abbott. Didn't GE have earnings, or am I tripping? Yeah, they're down 4. Abbott's coming back. Abbott's down 7. I don't think their earnings was that bad. That could fit with that earnings thing we talked about. Slight misses, you're gonna get clobbered. And then I don't know if we'll see if we get any good beats what they turn into. Rocket Lab, didn't they have something blow up? I think they had a bad launch. Correct me if I'm wrong. It didn't end up launching. Let me see. Well, then where's UNG again? So SPY, that one candle just brought you right back to open. And then UNG still going again. I'm surprised those premiums did all that. Bardunius. Excuse me. Oh, I found a shitty play. RFIL. That thing's just dumping. All right, well, I found a shitty play. Look at Pfizer? Sure, give me a second. All right. But yeah, dude, Pfizer, I like Pfizer. My only problem is I like it below 25 bucks. So I think right now, I mean, if you notice all year, it's kind of stayed in this dollar range. It does that a lot. I mean, the real key with Pfizer is that you need all of these purchases to actually get monetized, and then they need to kind of get out of a range where they're burning so much cash. But I think, I mean, again, it's a $200 billion company. A lot of people ignore that one easily, but I do like them. But at the same time, I try to, I kind of stay away from it more or less until it's either really low in the 24s or if it starts, you know, let me put it this way. The moment Pfizer has a real material update, it's going to rip. But until then, it's probably going to stay like this. So act accordingly. And yeah, Meta's going up again. Even UNH, remember, UNH was one of those targets last week. Lace, weren't people pumping Lace the other day? They were saying it's, somebody put out something. Yeah, Lace had a something yesterday. That's the Swiss one. And then SPY's coming down there, so we hit that high of the day, coming back down. I mean, 0.5 still pretty solid, but Russell once again is in the lead. And again, they're tying the whole Russell thing to the to their run it hot theme. That's what they're saying is getting the tailwind from it. XBI 52-week high. Hello, biotech. I do that IBRX. That came down a little bit, but they're going up there. I think Netflix could keep coming down. Yeah, I mean, especially after it did this little earnings thing, I'd give it another week or two. And then probably by the time the other big tech starts reporting, it'll go into its own little world. And then you'll go from there. Do 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 do. Pfizer X dividend is tomorrow. Oh, so that'll affect it too. So usually, if you have X dividend, it'll run up leading into it, and then after that, it'll sell off the dividend amount. So that could be a short-term catalyst you got to be mindful of. I mean, dude, Pfizer hasn't cut their dividend in a while, which is surprising. When you go look at that payout ratio, I'm shocked because we've had it for a while, but at the same time, like, I don't know where the fuck they make a lot of money in cash, but they've spent a lot. So I'm more concerned at this point with their acquisitions and if it holds. But then, like I was saying, if they bring back those buybacks too, but I just don't know if they could afford all of that. So we'll see. But for now, they've held up pretty decent. They haven't worn too much, but you might get a pivotal earnings out of Pfizer at some point this year. Yeah, SPY's just dumping right now. Look at the low ticker. And then, I mean, Google and tech is still up, dude. You got Google, Meta. Now Meta's starting to give it back. I mean, Baba's giving some back too. Baidu gave it all back. Again, UNG and natural gas is still up. Gold is up. Let's see. Silva. And then biotechs are doing good, bro. XBI, Eros. That one's moving up. SPY's still moving a little lower. GM to move production of China-built Buick to SUV to U.S. plant. SQQQ on the high. I mean, like we said yesterday, man, just be on the lookout. If we actually get a like a solid headline, something market moving worth its salt, I think you'll have a good time. Otherwise, I would just let the back and forth play out. And healthcare stocks, Any other recommendations? I think if you get Pfizer at a better price, that's a solid pick. I don't like buying Pfizer when it's up. But otherwise, UNH and Humana, those are the ones with like deep value. But I said it even last year, you might have to wait till like the end of this year. So that's the problem, is that some of these might just stay there. Again, we talked about even UNH, even when it was at like in the 200s. And I was just saying, as long as you don't mind the timing, there's very, very good value in healthcare stocks. Like Humana, UNH, there's a couple of others too. But the problem is that you might get a run it hot year. Everything could rip and some of these will just stay the same. And then as we start getting into post midterms, even a new administration, that's where you'll start to see these guys start to really, really ramp up. There's one more healthcare company. Who was it? I think it was not AstraZeneca. Merck. But Merck already bounced. Yeah, we were talking Merck last year. If Merck ever came down, I think that's a solid ass pickup. Some of you grab Merck in the 70s and 80s. I'd like Adobe, just not yet. That's why I brought it up on my video. You know, we bought Kimberly-Clark, so it's like I don't want to buy the free falling growth stock right now. Especially, like, think about it. You know, our portfolio is getting led by growth right now. But especially when, like I'm saying, they're cutting rates. Fed funds rate is going down. I would rather I'd rather lock in some high yields that are not really going to disappear. And then probably middle of this year, end of this year, but I'm thinking middle, we'll see where all these growth names are at. But I wouldn't mind missing out on it either. So that's kind of where I'm biased. Adecco CEO, I don't know what the fuck that is. UAL ripping. CMCT, what the hell is this? That looks like a pump. Excuse me. Give me a sec. My bad. XBI's still going. I like NVO. I just don't like the fact that it went up 50%. But we bought it around, one of my last purchases was like $58. It just sucks that it was down so much earlier. So, but yeah, NVO is, I mean, people are feeling really bullish on NVO this year compared to last year. I like, dude, Molina when fucking Burry bought it. That would have been a great one. What's going up in the long term today? Small long term doing very, very well. Oh, Baba. Airbnb and then Meta as well too. And even some NVO. Merck. We talked about Merck last year when we were even talking about some of the other ones in the biotech. UNH at 200. They had some really, really good values. My opening, I don't have you got to listen to what I said, man. I'm looking at it relative. You know, I'm looking at it relative to the other opportunities. The fact of the matter is, like, obviously you could see Adobe and you're like, wow, that could be a good play, but there's like 20 other good plays out there right now. So I don't care what price it's at once it gets to the point of that's our only opportunity left. But, you know, I mean, let me put it this way. It's like being at the club at 2 a.m. If it's not just ugly girls, like, what are you doing, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there is some very beautiful, respectful stocks still left in the building, and you have a way better opportunity to take one of those rather than settle for the ugly one. So that's how I would explain it, but I don't know if that's a good example, but it's all relative. So right now you still have several other, like, again, just mega cap value, high dividend. You know, again, like Kimberly-Clark is it's a dividend aristocrat. I mean, 53 years of raising the dividend, very solid cash flow. Like, there's 150 years, 160-year company. Like, you got good things going on there. And like I'm saying, you get more growth within Adobe, but you know, I don't know if we're gonna always have the same opportunity to get a name like that, more or less. So, and if we do, at that point, either Adobe will be higher or lower, and then we'll shop and see what else is there. So just like last year, you know, a lot of the times I was looking for new prices. So I think Adobe, this is the first new price in a while, but we are going to compare it to a couple of other things. NVO going, and Baba, and yeah, you get the data here in 5 minutes. Anarchis. UPS, yeah, they ripped. I know Target, they came down yesterday, but they were up. All right, still going a little lower. I don't even know what that was, bro. It just flipped. Baba hit a high. Again, Airbnb is ripping today for some reason. I guess people like their earnings. Let's see, Adobe. A lot of biotechs, dude. I'm seeing a lot of biotechs. Again, XBI at 130. Yeah, man, you're good. I like having y'all speak, bro. I like good questions. I mean, I encourage you to, you know, seek the truth, and if you get it, hold on to it. But like I said it, though, too, I'm not going to lie. I think like 70%, though, 70% of people wanted to chat just to tell me how much they don't like Donald Trump. You have no idea. That the other half, they just wanted to tell you to sell out the biotechs like $10 before they ripped. So that's what I've noticed in these last couple days of being sick, just watching the chat. But it's been a good time. We got some good plays. I don't know, most of them I've just been setting the plays the day before, and then I'm selling out in the morning. That's kind of what we did. And then yesterday was just fire because, I mean, it's been a while since we've gotten you know, some news like that, like real time. So that was a good time. I enjoyed it. Yeah, bonds are down. It's ironic because the market's pretty much back to the Friday levels, but theoretically the bonds are right near the danger zone. So that problem could reemerge its head real quick. That's why I'm thinking maybe market could buy some time depending on how good or bad the bonds do, and then a lot of it's probably going to get followed up with the earnings, whether or not the earnings is good or bad. And then we go from there. And then we go from there. Enphase and energy. Where's Generac? Does Enphase benefit off of the generators? I don't know if they make that. There was something on OpenAI today, them getting money from Saudis, making an item, and then Oracle. Oracle did good, a little bit good, just off the idea of OpenAI getting money. NVAX, little pop. I think it's just all going with Myrna. Didn't we start off the year? Wasn't Myrna like one of the best on the SPY? Yeah, Myrna looks like fucking Intel. I think they were heavy. I remember it very vividly, though. I remember at one point, beginning of this year, I mean, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, it wasn't like it was an outperformer by a huge margin. DJD, that's me. Excuse me. Airlines could see disruptions. That's why I like the Nat Gas one. It's just going to be very fascinating. I still made it free, though. I didn't want to risk too much. But yeah, dude, people are back and forth. I don't think the South is going to get hit as bad, but then everyone's going back and forth with it. And then we got data here in about a minute. Actually, 5 seconds. So get ready. What are you expecting? 0.2 on the core? 0.2, 0.1. Personal income, 0.4. So get ready. See what that does to bonds. And then JD and Baba move in. DJT, that's me. Personal income 0.3 versus 0.4. I don't know where the PCE's at. Personal spending in line at 0.5. And then PCE, core PCE month over month. Oh, price, no. Yeah, it came in a little hotter. 0.2 versus 0.1. But there's some estimates at 0.2. So in line to slightly higher. But bonds aren't taking it really too bad yet. And then personal income's good, which is great considering your fucking your GDP printed at like 4.7 today. So yeah, that's the data, but honestly, it kind of seems like a dud. Yeah, and then Baba and JD, a couple of the China names started moving. And then DuPont. Oh shit, what? DuPont hit a 52-week high? So that one bounced since even last year too. Remember, those were some deep laggers at one point. Yeah, that was the data. The data already came out, but it was pretty much in line. One was core PCE was slightly higher, but even on the year over year, it came in at 2.8. So that was in line. I would say practically unchanged. And then bonds didn't even budge. Again, if it could move bonds right now with how the market is and the Japan thing, I would pay attention. But if it doesn't, then you're good to go. And then it's going to be all about earnings. That's what I say. I think at this point, we're just buying time until we could get to the earnings. And then the earnings are probably going to be the deciding factor as far as whether or not we stay in this little block of back and forth or if we actually break out up or down. DJT, that's me. Pepsi, 145. Yeah, JD's starting to wake up. And then Baidu's on the low. Pinduoduo's getting involved. All the China names. Yeah, Pinduoduo got smashed to start this year. I know they had something, though. Didn't they get investigated by China? And then Vertex, more biotechs going up. Nasdaq's back to 0.5. Again, you had about 1% and some change this morning. And then Russell is the leader. Excuse me. Yeah, Elon's supposed to go on in like 30 minutes, I think. Yeah, you'll have Elon at the Economic Forum soon. And then more Alibaba. I'm so mad I sold that one. Oh, JD Vance is talking? Why didn't they take him to Davos, bro?
Homes that by right go to American
I need to
families.
go to the bathroom.
That is
and
one of the main reasons why we believe homes have gotten unaffordable in this country. So again, the last administration
follow
did
me on
nothing
Instagram
about
at the Trading
We're gonna
Fraternity.
do something
Real
about
Cold News on
We've already
Twitter.
started.
Please watch
Here's
the
another
first link in the
thing.
description to
If you
get
look
in long term.
At the 20 biggest metros in the United States of America, the 14 with the most illegal aliens have seen the biggest decrease over the past year in rent prices. Now, why is that? Again, if you get people out of the country who are taking up homes that ought to go to American citizens, that's going to put downward pressure on prices. That's going to make it easier for young American families to afford to buy a home. There are 3 exceptions to that. 3 places where you've seen rents increase as opposed to decrease, and every single one of those places are sanctuary cities. So in addition to causing chaos, being a sanctuary city makes your communities less safe, and it also makes housing less affordable. It is very simple. Enforcing immigration law lowers prices for Americans and makes our communities safer. It's a no-brainer, so we'd encourage local authorities to continue to collaborate and work with us instead of fighting against us. Next question.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. Thank you so much. Kyle Mazza, freelancing for Honolulu Agency today. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky announced at today's summit for the World Economic Forum that Ukraine, Russia, and the U.S. will hold their first trilateral talks Friday and Saturday, the 23rd and 24th, in the United Arab Emirates. Seeing what your reaction is to that, about those talks, and in Minneapolis, sir, the attacks on law enforcement, the attacks on ICE, what is your message to the law enforcement community at this time when they look for the Trump and the Vance administration to calm their nerves, to ease their burdens? Families are reacting to this as well. So as you stand there on that stage today, how does that make you feel?
Well, you know, one of the things that we want to do is send a message to our local law enforcement, to our federal law enforcement, that we stand with them. And we're not going to abandon them. We're not going to do what the last administration did, which is throw them under the bus to appease a bunch of left-wing radicals. We're actually going to fight for them. Because I believe, look, I continue to be fundamentally optimistic about our country. I think that whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, an independent, most people in this country fundamentally still support law enforcement. They love what people do to keep them safe. They recognize it's dangerous. But what happened in the Democratic Party over the last few years is they allowed a very small band of left-wing crazies to drive the agenda, and it makes our cops and our federal law enforcement feel less safe. It makes it feel like their government doesn't have their back. Well, I promise them, every single police officer in this country and every single federal law enforcement officer in this country, we have your back, and that's one of the messages I'm trying to send by going to Minneapolis and talking to our ICE officers.
Yeah, BNTX is going up now, too.
Number two. You talk about attacks.
So K-Web as well. All the China stocks are lifting, and then all these little biotechs, especially like vaccine-related stocks, are ripping.
The Trump administration's got the right approach.
I'm gonna let this ride. Oh, we got a peach. Oh, no, my goodness. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Bro, I'm mad. Did they cancel Bradley Frizzle at the WEF? I'm pissed off, Bradley. I thought you were going to be there, Bradley. I'm mad. They snubbed Bradley Frizzle. We need the peach at the World Economic Forum. Fucking, that's who I put my faith in. Those assholes. Fucking, what happened to Klaus Schwab? We need peach.
Federal law enforcement officers because you disagree with
no, the stream is a White House, but when they clap it sounds like a glitch.
It's got to stop.
The peach, baby. Let's see Boeing, actually.
And here's the excuse my language to all the kids there. I'm sorry. Got a little fired up. I was raised by a woman who cussed a lot, so sometimes I do too. My wife's on me. We're working on it. But here's the final point about this. People who assault federal law enforcement or local law enforcement will be shown no quarter. I just probably 5 minutes before I got on stage, I got a message from our great Attorney General, Pam Bondi. You know what Pam said to me? That they finally arrested the ringleader of those church protests in Minneapolis.
Don Lemon? Eli Lilly, again, biotechs are leading the way today.
So here's the thing. Again, you don't have to agree with my immigration policies, but if you want to protest by going to an innocent church service on a Sunday, you see these images, they're scaring little kids who are there to worship God on a Sunday morning. Those people are going to be sent to prison so long as we have the power to do so. We're going to do everything that we can to enforce the law, whether you're protesting at a church, which is a violation of federal law, or you're assaulting a law enforcement officer, which again is a violation of federal law. There are going to be consequences. There already have been consequences, and there are going to be a lot more to come. So my message is, if you're thinking about assaulting a law enforcement, don't, because we're going to lock you up if you do. Now you asked about
Baba
again and Russia and Ukraine. Look, the president, he talks about this all the time. This has been the hardest war to solve. Of the 8 wars
XBI, XLV, even XLY. But yeah, Myrna's ripping, BNTX, Pfizer. It's everything is fucking biotech right now.
Two people who really hate each other. The President of the United States' attitude is quite simple, and I happen to think that it's exactly right. peace is what is in the best interest of the United States of America. We want commerce between those two countries. We want Europe to be less focused on war and more focused
the
on
audio is
investing
trash.
in the United States of America. And the best way to do that is to get that war to a peaceful resolution. We're going to keep on working on it. I've been disappointed in the past where I thought we were close to a peace deal, so I'm not going to predict that anything is going to happen in the next couple of weeks. But I know under the president's leadership, we've made great progress, and we're going to keep on making progress so we can stop killing and get back to actually building things all over the world as opposed to people killing each other and tearing things down. I'll take one more question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is Mary Margaret Olahan with the Daily Wire. I know you were here in September in Minneapolis after an attack on a church that killed school children. What does it mean to you that this attack, another attack, happened on a church last weekend? And do you want to see more arrests for this attack?
So, Mary, yes, I certainly want to see more arrests because I've seen the videos and there are very clearly more people who have violated the law. Now, I'll let the Department of Justice speak to that because, as you know, actually getting an arrest warrant is not a walk in a park necessarily. There's a legal process that we have in this country, and rightfully so. But I know the Department of Justice continues to work on bringing every single person who is involved in that church protest. But it's not just a protest. When you interrupt people during a worship service, that is a violation of the law. Just as you have the right to protest, they have a right to worship God as they choose, and when you interrupt that, that is a violation of the law. So yes, I think we're going to see more prosecutions there. I certainly hope that we're going to see more prosecutions there, but I'll let the Department of Justice speak to the timeline there. And on that note, let me just say, I see a lot of people here. I see a few young people. I see a lot of people working at this great factory. I just want you to know that you are the people.
There's a lot of small caps ripping now. The Russell's about a quarter above the NASDAQ.
All the great things about our nation, all the great things that we've accomplished, the world wars that we won, we've gone to the moon, we've cured diseases that nobody else thought could be cured. The foundation of that is the prosperity of the American working man and American working woman. You guys
Nestle to begin water unit sale.
To do incredible things as the United States of America. Talk about our great foreign policy accomplishments. That starts right here in Toledo, Ohio. We talk about peace in the world. That starts right here in Toledo, Ohio. We talk about prosperity for the entire nation. That starts right here with building things and making things and employing good people in dignified work. That starts in Toledo, Ohio. The cars I see on the road all over the United States of America, many of them built right here. The steel that builds our bridges and so
There's a Wells Fargo thing, and they mentioned a lot of food names, but none of them moved.
Away from this very facility. I want you to know, for too long, your leadership, your government, your politicians have looked down on you, have ignored you, and that's not happening anymore. There's so many great things I can point to, so many policies, no taxes on tips, the regulatory reform, the fact that we unleashed American energy, but every single one of those specific policy wins.
I think it's because I'm sick. The audio just it translates perfectly in my head.
Your family has
because my ears are stuffy, so it hits. But yeah, it might be bothering to some of y'all. He'll be done soon. He'll be done soon. For me, I'm just fucking perfect. But yeah, it's like fucked up, but not really. Yeah, it hurts your head because you don't got pain already, dog. You don't got any pain. But if you had the pain, it would be relieving. It would be relieving.
We gotta take advantage of this stuff. She's gonna be pissed at me about that one. That's okay. But look. This is personal to me, just as I know it's personal to you.
Hold on.
Okay, number 4. Governor candidate, not governor yet. We're getting there. Our great senator, all of these great leaders, they love people in the state of Ohio. They love people in this community who are going to rise or fall.
No, this is the only feed of it, dude. Sadly, this is straight from the White House.
I'm not saying you're going to agree with everything that we do. I know in this room, we've got a lot more agreement than disagreement. But what I am promising you, at the end of the day, for the next 3 years, as long as I am the Vice President of the United States, as long as Donald Trump is the President of the United States, we will remember that you are what makes America great and will never stop fighting for you. God bless you. It's good to be home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. See, it didn't take too long. Didn't take too long. We did it, y'all. Google dumping now. They were doing good. Again, you are shifting. A lot of the leadership in the morning was tech, and then it's now moving to the Russell small caps. A lot of long duration and a lot of biotechs. JT, what up, baby? Welcome. Please go to the other video too. I'm saying that a lot today because some people are like, I got locked in and it's still delayed. You got to go to the other video. What do I think of prop accounts? I don't think about them at all. I think that's what I was gonna do though. I said if Kamala Harris won, I would have stopped streaming and then I would have made a prop fund to scam everybody. That's so they're just a giant money making scam. But do as you please with your life and be wise. But if I were you, I mean, the example we've set, you could bootstrap and do it all on your own. Just remember, if anybody's like offering you everything you want for nothing, it's either a scam, the devil, or you're gonna get a STD. So, you know, if you approach that with life, you'll be good. And just be cautious. Bro, Sermal did that shit again. Where's LAR? Well. Yeah, Elon's going to be on there very soon. Natural gas futures extend. Prices up 81% over 3 days. Highest since December 2022. So that's what I was trying to tell you guys. Like, I made it free right away this morning because I was scared of it. But, like, you guys realize, like, you don't get a move like this on natural gas. Like, this is like once every decade or two. This doesn't happen. Even though 2022 was only a couple years ago, that was off of both weather and the war. But this is like insane. So I don't know when it's going to stop, and it could get clapped. But till then, it's like, yeah, these are all pretty nutty moves. The Widowmaker is alive, for real. That's why I say I just made mine free. I like the limited downside with options. So then instead of trying to go for futures, but then make it free and then we can ride it. So if you did play those yesterday, you got at least 100% now at this point. Let me see. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a cult. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're chilling around 100%. That's what I'm saying. They just gapped up and held. Ironically enough. NVO. Yeah, Ford got killed yesterday. And then Eli Lilly just been climbing. Today's a biotech long duration day. I could say without a doubt. I just don't know if it's going to hold up. I mean, it's still only been like, what, an hour? Or like 15 minutes shy? UNP now, railroads? Very interesting setup of what's going on here. Let's see. What are we looking like? So Dow Jones, 23 in the green, 7 in the red. That's pretty solid. NASDAQ, 66 green, 34 in the red. And then SPY, 308 green, 192 in the red. All the transport's hot except rideshare. Interesting. Where is it? IYT. Damn, that's at all-time highs. Or 52, or blah, blah, blah. Quarterly highs. I haven't even checked on the year. But then the biggest part of IYT is literally Uber and shit. Oh yeah, that is near 52-week highs. Well. DAL. Airlines are still going. That one's interesting. And then now a couple more energy plays, Enphase. I don't know where that fits into the weather stuff. Yeah, UNG's literally climbing here. Oh, now I just took a red. He's been chilling with these uranium calls. God forbid the grid is damaged for whatever reason. Eyeball emoji. Damn, why do you always talk like a villain? God forbid something happens to the grid. I'd hate for all of these calls to go. Yeah, man, we'll see, bro. Just get a blanket. Again, if you are in the path of the storm, people, they're saying you got to make sure that you have resources. Because, like, I don't know how bad. It's either going to, with these weather events, it's either worse than people expect or it ends up being a lot chiller than people expect. But yeah, I don't know. I think you should have better advice than get a blanket, to be honest. I don't know. I live in California, so I'm playing UNG calls, but you should still you get a generator. Make sure that you could, if you couldn't move for like a week or two, that's the idea, is that you should be able to have enough supplies and energy and warmth if you're in the direct path. DT, I think soon. I was just looking at that one. Remember, they had some of that, what was it the other day? They had a headline. French super tax on wealthy raises only a quarter of the planned revenue. You're mad you don't live there any? Why? Dude, people are, it's terrifying. If it's like actually like a crazy, like storm, bro, like, nah, that does not look fun. Because you guys don't remember Texas in like 2021, Texas 2022, it was bad. So I think that's what they're pretty much insinuating. I remember I was in New York in 2014 when it was cold, but like I got the back end of it. But yeah, dude, it's gonna be freezing. They're saying ice roads, everything. Be a shame if something happened. Okay. I guess it would. Excess. So again, biotech still going this time. SPY bouncing a little bit. You're getting another lead on China. Bonds are doing good too. Notice as the market kind of chilled out there, at least the SPY, you had Russell take over, biotechs take over, and now bonds are catching a bid. Yeah, IWM. Again, we said it this morning. Pretty much people are saying that the Russell, that's kind of the beneficiary of this run at hot trade, more or less. I think it's going to go back and forth throughout the year. It'll be Russell, staples, discretionaries, and then you're going to keep playing that game. And then tech is probably going to move off of earnings and capex. I don't think Abbott was that bad, dude. But then again, that should give you a real big warning for this season. Just because Abbott beat on EPS. They missed by like $400 or $400 million, I think, or $40 million on earnings, and then they got clobbered 9%. Now it's down 7%, but they beat. They weren't that bad. It was just the revenue miss, but they got whopped. So yeah, we'll see what happens too. And then again, companies like Intel are going to play a little different. I think people want to see a revenue and EPS beat out of Intel, but then obviously people will be looking at other factors like being sold out and other demand in that sense. So every company will be different, but this whole idea of, if you kind of miss, you're going to probably get punished. And then if you beat, you might not get rewarded that much unless it's a monster beat. Oh, what up, Kimberly? Is Genrock still up? That one chilled out. And then again, UNG 4% today. UNG literally dropped after we started talking about it. Intel could announce a dividend, but I don't think they will. I think they need to make money. I think they need to really sell out these chips, have a fat backlog, stop burning money on the foundry. You know what I'm saying? Do all these things, but I don't think a dividend is the priority right now. But maybe down the line. Because, and you'll make more money as a shareholder if they don't. Like, long story short, if they just say, yeah, we sold out for the next year, and then they say everything's going good, we're not losing money on the foundry, your stock's going to go up another 30%. It's not it's as long as they do that, you fuck a dividend. But if they start going, taking this money and spending it, and, we get the same numbers with a dividend, I think that would be kind of disappointing. They have not accounted for the government stake, no. We don't know how. We don't know what the SEC said to them and how they're going to recognize it. They have the money, but it's not reflected on the earnings until they do or don't. But they still, that's what I'm saying, they still have a backlog of demand though. And if they could prove the foundry, and if they have now like this demand backlog and they're running out of supply and they're saying they're booked and sold, people are going to turn it into a SanDisk. I mean, go look at SanDisk, Micron, WDC, all of these names. That's what they're going through. So if Intel could have the same demand and situation, then there you go. Abavax. Oh, did it rip? Remember, they just denied it the other day. I don't see the same 1600%. Gold's ripping. What if the divvy turned into a tariff stimmy? I don't think the government's going to be that involved. I'm sure Donald Trump would tout it, but I don't think they would. I don't think they'd use it as the vehicle to issue the tariff dividend. So what we're gonna do, you buy Intel, and then Intel will pay you a dividend. That's how we're gonna do it. Here, I have an idea, you guys. I have an idea.
Experiencing difficulties. Please call back at a later time. Goodbye.
Did they block me?
Sorry, we are experiencing difficulties.
Yo, what? Yo, bro, I think they blocked me. Yeah, I was gonna call. Here, let me get my other phone. I was gonna call homie for old time's sake. Imagine, you guys. I was just sitting there calling Intel every day. If that wasn't a signal, man, I don't know. I don't know what was. I don't know what was. But yeah, I moved on. Oh, yeah, you can't even call them anymore. Maybe they fired the dude. Maybe they're saving money. AES? I don't know. I feel like I saw a headline on that the other day, but I don't know much about it, brother. AES Corp. Actually, it sounds very familiar. And then Baba gonna go up again. Oh, that was more than a year ago now at this point, yeah. Or give or take. Where was it? They got a price target. It's a utility. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really the biggest fan. I think utilities are going to be at risk during a midterm year. And then in general, I mean, I don't really like utilities. You know, they're good cash flow, they're stable, but you're not going to really get growth or anything really too big out of them. But yeah, the name sounds very familiar, but I don't know about it. You know what I want. Oh, good times. Good times. Brazil on the high. All right, man, you're starting to go back up here. You're broadening out for the most part. Again, you have 70% of the NASDAQ up. Sailor indicates more Bitcoin purchases in change of pace with midweek tweet. MSTR. They're still sitting below that NAV, huh? I know, right? They don't need... Why did they even have somebody answering the phone? Hi, how can I help you? Sorry, I didn't understand that. Could you try again? You could say things like, connect me to a data center, or I need help with my computer, and then maybe I could help. Sorry, I didn't get that. Sorry, I didn't get that. Hey, did you know we have a website where we can answer all your questions? Visit us at intel.com/I'm an idiot. That way, you could get help from a real human. Would you like me to connect you to a real human? Goodbye. I hate them all, bro. I hate all of those. I hate calling in anywhere. Natural gas storage minus 120 versus estimate of minus 98. Yeah, so people look at nat gas is going to move off that. That means people were already estimating a pretty big draw, and it came in even worse. So people are front running the weather heavy, i.e., people are getting as much natural gas as they can right now. That gas taking a stick off that. So see how long. That's the most volume all day. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Where's Elon, bro?
That's better. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna make this interesting.
How many quotes are you gonna want?
I don't know if this is the main one isn't live, but
session.
I got one.
I don't know. I mean,
oh no,
5.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see everybody here. It's been an amazing week here in Davos. Hopefully, everybody saw that we are having conversations here. Hopefully everybody agrees. There are some conversations that we may disagree. There's many conversations that we may have agreed, but through those conversations, and I think today's result with a peace agreement earlier today, the World Economic Forum is here to have those conversations, to have understanding.
I think this is live, yeah.
And also resolution. So
see, even with the delay, this ain't playing anywhere else.
It's an important component of who we and what we are, and I'm thrilled.
Oh no, they got on Bloomberg now.
To have Elon Musk here.
Elon Musk.
You came all the way
Elon
from
Musk.
California to be here.
I could have
to
changed
see
the
all
world,
of
but
you.
stop
So,
giving up.
Thank you, Elon.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
I heard about
look at his little taper fade.
The peace summit.
Yo, what is it?
Like,
who been giving Elon a taper fade all of a sudden? What the fuck? You see this?
You know, a little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
we got one.
All we want is peace.
Okay, I'm going to, as I said, I'm a pretty proud CEO of BlackRock since we went public. The compounding return of BlackRock.
I love this guy's hair.
21%.
That's how I know I'm destined to be successful in this life.
Public.
Because I got that same hairline right there. You know that?
Is 43%.
Look at that.
This is, I just,
yeah,
I never advertise this for everybody, especially for Europeans. This is why more citizens should be investing with growth, investing with their countries.
High Ticker's getting a little bit more gas.
Pension funds invested with Elon when Tesla went public, and how much return with all the pension funds that invested side by side with Elon and the growth. So a spectacular return. There's very few companies. Well, I don't think there's any other company as large as Tesla today that has that compounded return. So congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a good measurement.
Well, we have an incredible team at Tesla, and that's the reason.
So I want to get into the dirt, the meaningful component about technology, the possibilities. I want to talk about AI and robotics, energy, space, and the progress ultimately coming down to engineering discipline, scale, execution, and few people, if not anyone has the experience and the fortitude to confront these issues head on. Not just the ideas, but the execution across so many different technologies, Elon, and that's why I thought it was important for us to have this dialogue here in Davos. So you're presently building on AI, on robotics, on space, on energy, all at the same time. When you look across those efforts, what do they have in common from an engineering standpoint?
Well, they're all very difficult technology challenges, but the overall goal of my companies is to maximize the future of civilization, like basically maximize the probability that civilization has a great future.
So that's why I have 50 kids.
And to expand consciousness beyond Earth. So if you take SpaceX, for example, that SpaceX is about advancing rocket technology to the point where we can extend life and consciousness beyond Earth to the moon, to Mars, eventually to other star systems. And I think we should always view consciousness, life as we know it, as precarious and delicate, because to the best of our knowledge, we don't know of life anywhere else. You know, I'm often asked, are there aliens?
We're starting with aliens and consciousness. I like
say
this.
That I am one, but
or you're from the future.
They don't believe me.
Okay.
Look, he's doing the little hand signal, talking. He said he's an alien. He put it right in front of you.
I don't know if there are aliens among us. It would be me.
That's why I like to impregnate as many women as possible.
Satellites up there, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spaceship. So I'm like, I don't know. Bottom line is, I think we need to assume that life and consciousness is extremely rare, and it might only be us. And if that's the case, then we need to do everything possible to ensure that the light of consciousness is not extinguished, because we're effectively, the way I view it is, the image in my mind is of a tiny candle in a vast darkness, a tiny candle of consciousness that could easily go out. And that's why it's important to make life multiplanetary, such that if there is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster on Earth, that consciousness continues. That's the purpose of SpaceX. Tesla is obviously about sustainable technology, and also at this point we've sort of added to our mission sustainable abundance. So with robotics and AI, this is really the path to abundance for all. If you say, people often talk about solving global poverty, or essentially how do we give everyone a very high standard of living. I think the only way to do this is
if I impregnate
AI
all
and
of them.
robotics, which doesn't mean that it is
that way they can all live
without
at
its
the higher
issues. I mean,
standard.
we need to be very careful with
And
AI.
download Twitter.
We need to be very careful
Plus
with
AI
robotics.
bot. You have AI.
We don't want to find ourselves in a James Cameron movie. Terminator. he's great movies. I love his movies, but we don't want to be in Terminator, obviously. If you have ubiquitous AI that is essentially free or close to it, and ubiquitous robotics, then you will have an explosion in the global economy, an expansion in the global economy that is truly beyond all precedent.
Elon, can that expansion be broad?
Yes.
Or is it narrow?
Yeah,
And
the
how
chips
can
are
that
starting to
be
wake up.
Created. How can it broaden the global economy?
But bonds died.
Yeah, it's.
So that's going to be, you're going to play this back and forth today.
I mean, a way to think of it is
Meta
that
back
if
up.
you have a large number of humanoid robots, the economic output is the average productivity per robot times the number of robots.
Right.
And actually, my prediction is in the benign scenario of the future that the robots will actually make so many robots in AI that they will actually saturate all human needs. Meaning you won't be able to even think of something to ask the robot for at a certain point. Like there will be such an abundance of goods and services, because my prediction is that there'll be more robots than people. So,
but how do you then have human purpose in that scenario?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's perfect, but it is a necessary. Like, you can't have both. You can't have work that has to be done and amazing abundance for all. Because if it's work that has to be done, then you and only some people can do it, then you can't have abundance.
Then
for
it's
all.
narrow.
Yes, narrow. Yeah. Exactly. So, but if you have billions of humanoid robots, and I think there will be, I think everyone on Earth is going to have one and going to want one, because who wouldn't want a robot to, assuming it's very safe, watch over your kids, take care of your pet. If you have elderly parents, a lot of friends of mine said they have elderly parents. It's very difficult to take care of them.
Expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive, and there just aren't enough people to take care of there aren't enough young people to take care of the old people.
Right.
So if you had a robot that could take care of and protect an elderly parent, I think that would be great. That would be an amazing thing to have. And I think we will have those things. So, overall, I'm very optimistic about the future. I think we're headed for a future of amazing abundance, which is very cool. And definitely, we are in the most interesting time in history. I think there's a more interesting time in history.
Can you and I reverse aging in this new history, or are we going to see it?
I haven't put much time into the aging stuff. I do think it is a very solvable problem. Like you can. I think when we figure out what causes aging, I think we'll find it's incredibly obvious. It's not a subtle thing. The reason I say it's not a subtle thing is because all the cells in your body, with some pretty much age at the same rate. I've never seen someone with an old left arm and a young right arm ever in my life. So why is that? That means that there must be a
I just know my mom will never let a robot help her. She'll throw a ship at the robot.
35 trillion cells in your body.
I'm getting one, though. I agree. I wanted to do my laundry and shit.
Benefit to death, by the way.
I'm gonna have it make little iPhones for me
there's
too.
There's a reason why we don't actually have a longer lifespan, because if people do live forever for a very long time, I think there's some risk of an ossification of society, of things just getting kind of locked in place, it just may become.
You gotta carry a magnet on you at all times, just in case you revolt.
Fucking
magnet at it.
But that said, do I think we'll figure out ways to extend life and maybe even reverse aging? I think that's highly likely.
Oh yeah, Mr. Hairline Replacement.
Yeah. So in the future that you talk about, the AI models, autonomous machines, rockets, depends on massive increases in compute.
GG's going now. It's at that 150.
Expensive energy, manufacturing scale. What are the bottlenecks to get there? And then once again, with all that expenditures, again, how can we make sure that it's broad and not narrow?
I just think the natural thing is it's going to be very broad, because AI companies will seek as many customers as they possibly can, and the cost of AI is already very low, and it's plummeting every year. I mean, the cost of AI is almost meaningfully changing on a month-to-month basis.
There's open models now everywhere. Yeah.
Yes, there's open models, and the open models only lag. They're maybe a year behind.
Right.
The private, the sort of closed models. So I think the AI companies will seek as many customers as possible, which means they'll provide AI to the world.
But the cost of getting to there, the compute, the chips, the fab, the powering, that to me, what are the those are huge.
The limiting factor. Yeah, I think the limiting factor for AI deployment.
Russell, 52-week high. Damn, it's up 1-2. Nasdaq's trying to get there, 0.8.
It's energy.
But geez, bro, this Russell leadership on the year is crazy.
We're seeing the rate of AI chip production increase exponentially, but the rate of electricity being brought online is
3%, 4% a year max.
Yeah, it's clear that we're very soon, maybe even later this year, we'll be producing more chips than we can turn on. Except for China. China's growth in electricity is tremendous.
They're building 100 gigawatts of nuclear as we speak.
Actually, solar is the biggest thing in China. So I believe China's production capacity on solar
Look at silver on this.
gigawatts a year.
Remember, that's what we've been talking about. I wonder if he'll say anything.
1,000 gigawatts a year of solar. Now, for continuous solar load, you divide that by roughly, 4 or 5. Call it that's around 250 gigawatts of steady state power paired with batteries. And that's a very big number. That's half of the average power usage in the U.S.
Right.
So U.S. power usage on average is 500 gigawatts. China, just in solar, in solar that can provide steady state power and batteries, can do half of the U.S. electricity output per year just with solar. Solar is by far the biggest source of energy. And actually, when you look beyond, or even on Earth, but certainly beyond Earth, the sun rounds up to 100% of all energy. This is an important thing to consider. So the sun is 99.8% of the mass of the solar system. Jupiter is about 0.1%, and everything else is miscellaneous. Now, even if you were to burn Jupiter in a thermonuclear reactor, the amount of energy produced by the sun would still round up to 100%, because Jupiter is only 0.1%. If you teleported 3 more Jupiters into our solar system, and burnt 3 more Jupiters and everything else in the solar system, the sun's energy would still round up to 100%. So it's really all about the sun. And that's why one of the things we'll be doing with SpaceX within a few years is launching solar-powered AI satellites.
Right.
Because the space is really the source of immense power, and then you don't need to take up any room on Earth. There's so much room in space, and you can scale to enormous. I mean, you can scale to, I think, ultimately hundreds of terawatts a year.
You and I have had these conversations before, but why don't you tell the audience what would it take for the United States, and what type of geography would it take to have that solar field to electrify the United States? And then let me ask a question: why aren't we doing it?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess a rough way to think about it is 100 miles by 100 miles, or call it 160 kilometers by 160 kilometers of solar is enough to power the entire United States. So the 100 mile by 100 mile area is, I mean, you could take basically a small corner of Utah, Nevada, New Mexico. Obviously, you wouldn't want it all in one place, but it is a very small percentage of the area of the U.S. to generate all of the electricity that the U.S. uses.
Yeah, solar started moving a little more.
And the same is true, actually. I mean, for Europe, you could take a small. You could take.
Yeah, they're all getting pops off this.
Areas of, say, Spain and Sicily, and generate all of the electricity power that Europe needs.
So why don't you think that there's a movement towards that here and in the United States?
Well, there is...
As it is in China.
Well, unfortunately, in the U.S., the tariff barriers for solar are extremely high, and that makes the economics of deploying solar so artificially high. Because China makes almost
ASTI, literally.
And the
good call on
what
that.
Would it take for Europe or
Ascent
US
Solar Technologies. It sounds like space solar.
Scale.
I don't know shit about it. I'm just going off the name. No options on it.
What we're going to do, SpaceX and Tesla is we're building up large-scale solar.
They put out a press release this morning.
SpaceX and Tesla teams both separately are working to build to 100 gigawatts a year of solar power in the U.S.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's space solar.
Solar power. That'll probably take us, I don't know, about 3 years or something. But these are pretty big numbers. I'd encourage others to do the same. We obviously don't control the U.S. Tariff policy, but for other countries, I would recommend that China makes solar cells that are incredibly low cost, and I think it would be worth doing large-scale solar.
That's funny as fuck.
So,
how do I lock this?
I know you're going to be having a couple of big announcements on robotics and what it can do. I mean, when I went to the factory, you showed me those robots.
Yeah.
How quickly, you talked about the billions of robots, but how quickly can they be deployed in a manufacturing setting? How quickly can they be utilized and be functional and create that abundance that you talked about?
Well, humanoid robotics will advance very quickly. I think we do have some of the Tesla Optimus robots doing simple tasks.
I'm surprised they haven't halted that. It's up 25%.
Except probably later this year.
Do they not do that anymore?
At the end of this year, I think they'll be doing more complex tasks, but still deployed in an industrial environment. And probably sometime next year, I'd say that by the end of next year, I think would be selling humanoid robots to the public. That's when we are confident that it's very high reliability, very high safety.
It came out, dude. They had a press release at 5 this morning, and then people are putting out shit right when Elon says it's
You're already seeing
looking like a pump, but it meets the criteria of just space solar.
Every quarter now, a software change that upgrades.
I think they just did a reverse split too
within the car.
And then $5 million private placement the other day.
Self-driving software,
that was what they mentioned in their milestones.
Once a week. Recently, some of the insurance companies have said that it is actually so safe when Tesla full self-driving is so safe that they're offering customers half-price insurance.
Tesla's ripping
if they use Tesla full self-driving in their car.
And that can be monitored by the insurance company. Is that part of the agreement?
Yeah. I think self-driving cars is essentially a solved problem at this point.
Right.
And Tesla's
like,
rolled out.
So if you imagine if you took 2 Jupiters, and then you burned 3 Jupiters, and got 4 more Jupiters, you wouldn't even have enough solar.
In the US. And then we hope to get supervised full self-driving approval in Europe, hopefully next month.
Really that quickly?
Yeah, and then
I can wrap my head around the self-driving now.
Maybe a similar time.
Considering we just got here from burning 5 Jupiters.
I want to move to space because historically space is very capital intensive. It has historically been done by governments. Obviously, SpaceX changed the whole model. But we've seen it slow to scale, and now I'm starting to see it ramping up.
I don't know what comment brought up Tesla like that. Oh, we're selling Optimus by end of next year. That's why Tesla's popping.
The economics in building.
So that's the comment that gave you the stick.
Operating in space.
So literally saying he's going to be
Sure.
selling Optimus robots by next year. That's hype.
Well, the key breakthrough the major breakthrough that SpaceX is hoping to achieve this year is full reusability. So no one has ever achieved full reusability of a rocket, which is very important for the cost of access to space. We've achieved partial reusability with Falcon 9 by landing the boost stage. We've now landed the boost stage over 500 times. But we have to throw away the upper stage. The upper stage sort of burns up on re-entry for Falcon 9. So, and the cost of that is equivalent to a small to medium-sized jet. So, but with Starship, which is a giant rocket, it's the largest flying machine ever made.
That's a rocket that you're using.
Why haven't they halted this shit, bro?
Right?
Yeah,
They're up 30%, 25.
as well as for high volume
And then
satellite
biotechs
stuff.
are all still going.
So, Starship
And a couple banks down.
Hopefully this year we should prove full reusability for Starship, which will be a profound invention because the cost of access to space will drop by a factor of 100 when you achieve full reusability. It's the same sort of economic difference that you would expect that, between, say, a reusable aircraft and a non-reusable aircraft. Like if you have to throw your aircraft away after every flight, that would be a very expensive flight. But if you only have to refuel, then it's the cost of the fuel. And so that's really the fundamental breakthrough that gets the cost of access to space, we think, below the cost of freight on aircraft. So, you know, under $100 a pound type of thing easily. So it makes putting large satellites into space very low, very cheap. And then when you have solar in space, you get 5 times more effectiveness, maybe even more than that, than solar on the ground, because it's always sunny.
It's cold.
It's always sunny, so you don't have a day-night cycle or seasonality or weather, and you get about 30% more power in space because you don't have atmospheric attenuation of the power. The net effect is solar is 5 times more. Any given solar panel will do 5 times more energy in space than on the ground.
Is there any capacity in doing that and then taking that power and bringing it back to Earth? Is there any way of doing that, or you're just taking that power and utilizing it for the needs, like building AI data centers in space?
I'm surprised they didn't halt it.
It's a no-brainer.
It seems like the company is even they did it perfectly with the timing of the pump. But yeah, it's up 31%. It was doing nothing, and it's a small cap.
Then it's very cold in space. It's just 3 degrees Kelvin. So you just have solar panels facing the sun, and then a radiator that's pointed away from the sun. So it has no sun incidence, and then it's just.
They'll probably halt it if it goes above 6. It'll go like 620.
So
they have to halt it above 6.
Net effect is that the lowest cost place to put
or it won't
AI
even get above 6, and then
space,
that's it.
And that'll be true. Within 2 years, maybe 3 at the latest.
Wow. So looking 10 or 20 years out, how would you describe success with AI or space technology, and where do you see it? Are you more certain what's going to happen in the next 3 years, or 5 or 10?
I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but the rate at which AI is progressing, I think we might have AI that is smarter than any human by the end of this year, and I would say no later than next year.
Wow.
And then probably by 2030 or 2031, call it 5 years from now, AI will be smarter than all of humanity collectively.
We only have a number of minutes left, but I want to humanize you for a second. So there's no speculation that you're
about peace.
Right. I want to. I mean, I would frame this question by: you are the most successful entrepreneur, industrialist in the 21st century, maybe beyond. I want to really get this. What inspired you? Who's inspired you? What was the foundation of your curiosity? And importantly, was there an aha moment, an epiphany at any time in your life and career?
Well, I mean, as a kid, I read a lot of science fiction, sci-fi, fantasy books.
Yeah, we talked about
and comic books, and I always liked technology. I didn't expect to be where I am today. This seems incredibly implausible. But yeah, I was inspired by reading about books about the future, about science fiction, and I guess I want to make science fiction not fiction forever. At some point, turn science fiction to science fact, we want to have like Starfleet and Star Trek, really for real, like where we actually have giant spaceships traveling through space, going to other planets, traveling to other star systems.
I'm just interested if I could be beamed up to go back to New York. I'd like to just be beamed back to New York instead of flying.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Talking about Star Trek.
No, I guess my essential, what I would call the philosophy of curiosity. I'd like to understand the meaning of life. Is the standard model of physics correct?
Well, it's the same guy a year ago came on stage with a chainsaw.
And the end of the universe.
I love it. I love it.
What questions do we not know to ask that we should ask? And AI will help us with these things. So I'm just trying to understand how do we get here? What's going on?
Sats is going up. Another satellite company.
Maybe they are.
They're getting pops.
And
then bonds are taking a stick too.
Traveling to other star systems, we may encounter.
And Google News on personal intelligence to AI
long
search.
dead alien civilizations. But I just want to know what's going on. I'm curious about the universe, and that's my philosophy.
Do you see yourself ever going to Mars in your lifetime?
Yeah. I mean, I would say like
That's a long commitment.
I've been asked.
Isn't that 3 years each way?
It's 6 months.
6 months. That's all it is.
Yeah, 6 months. But the planets only align every 2 years.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've been asked a few times, like, do I want to, die on Mars? And I'm like, yes, but just not on impact.
That's a good answer. Anyway, we're out of time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this. I mean, there's so many myths around Elon Musk. I could tell you he's a great friend, and I constantly learn so much from him. And I'm totally inspired by what he has done. I've been inspired who he is, and I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future. And I don't think it's such a bad future, and I agree with his optimism. So, Elon, thank you. Any last words?
You just do a salute?
Well, I think generally, I think my last words would be, I would encourage everyone to be optimistic and excited about the future.
Good.
And generally, I think for quality of life, it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong rather than a pessimist and right.
Amen.
On that note.
Wow. Never doom. I agree. I love his fade, dude. I honestly, bro, I think it's kind of crazy. Like, they are, after all of these meetings, I don't know if they got, like, yelled at or something, but they're a lot nicer. Remember, bro, like a year ago, everybody would be like, so, Elon. Everybody would be hella snarky and mad and angry. I feel like the people on the internet are more pissed off than these world leaders nowadays, because everybody has been very respectful and nice at a lot of these conversations. But he made comments Again, there were self-driving and robot comments, and then solar, space, that ASTI. That was just crazy. But other than that, man, we're moving around a little bit. You probably noticed the bonds going back and forth. I think that's kind of giving you some movement here. So we'll see how this all plays, my friends. We'll see how this all plays. I don't know. We might get Trump later today. What is this? Elon Musk, SpaceX lines up Bank of America, Goldman, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley for blockbuster IPO. Yo, hold up. He didn't say anything about that. But yeah, that's coming out right now, Financial Times. So they're talking about the SpaceX IPO. Remember, that's what's going to get all of these fucking space stocks moving. That's what I was talking about at the beginning of the year. Habibi. All right, CVS. Are they going to halt that ASTI now or what? So I'm saying I thought it was going to hit the 6 and then it was going to go 620 right away. Well, they didn't have options on that. You could only do shares, but you could have snaked a couple free ones if you really wanted. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a cult. 6:15. All right, I snaked some free ones out of that. That was fun. All right, man, not bad. Not a bad day. But yeah, you literally could have caught like I'm actually shocked by that without any halt. I know, yeah, people weren't upset with Elon. That's why I'm very surprised at how nice everybody was acting. So I know, I think silver was going up on the fucking solar comments, dude. Because like you're saying, 100 mile by 100 mile. There you go. And refresh. Just in case you're on DVR. But yeah, that was a good call out, man. You guys got that on the first candle. Again, I still think that one was a little more pumpy, but it worked. And then just the nature of the conversation. I don't know, beginning of the years, usually these conversations, live videos. I mean, last couple days, we've been getting moves off of them. My brothers don't dance, they just volley bop. And then bonds to SPY's like right below open. But Russell's just killing it, dude. 1.2. NASDAQ's at 0.9. It's not too bad. RKLB. They didn't even move off of the SpaceX shit. Fly went up. Baba's still fucking running too. Baidu came back. November core fell inside forecasting range. Greenland Prime Minister, we are ready to cooperate more, but that is something we have to talk about in mutual respect. We have our red lines, our sovereignty must be respected. I don't know the details of the deal that's being discussed. This is about world order for all of us. How you not know the details? They said that though. Apparently it's like a NATO deal. So it's not even a deal with Greenland. It is, but it isn't. That's the funniest part about it. I mean, I'm surprised Boeing doesn't move with the space stuff, but they sound like they've been as good. I mean, remember, Boeing got the fucking astronauts stuck and shit. But they do a lot of stuff with space. Would ASTI be a long-term? Oh, fuck no. No. Any of these dog shit space stocks, I hate them. That's something I've tried to make clear. This is why I feel bad showing people plays. Because I feel like people who are kind of new to this are really quick to be like, oh yeah, that's a long term. No, These are just gambles. That's a pure gamble. I would never put like a shitty play in the long term like that. You can if you want, but it's gonna backfire. But long term should be companies that you know and use. You know, when I just tell you guys, just invest, just save and invest, I'm talking about companies that you know and use and that have been around for 10 years and that will be around for 10 years. You know, you pull this chart out, these guys, this has just been a reverse split scam and that's it. But like even last year, we would get like the shittiest stocks in the world. People would just talk about them, tie it to the headline, like IVF and shit like that, and it would run. And you could make money on them. You could flip it. Literally, you had a nice flip opportunity with there, but those are all gambles. And I would hope that you guys are aware of that. And, you know, like I said, it's shitty. I call it a pump. You got to be very, very aware of that. But I would not add any of these to the long term. You know, like compare it to like Kimberly-Clark. That's a $33 billion company versus, I don't even know what this is. This is a $27 million company that's probably had several reverse splits, and it's up several 100% in the last 3 months. That's a good, if you add that to the long term, it's probably not going to be as long term as you would be, and then it'll probably damage you. So yeah, these are all dog shits, all of them. And if it's dog shit, if it's pumpy, makes big moves, you know, you're not really going to, you don't want to hold those for 10 years minimum. You know, if you make a separate account, you use a separate budget, you could gamble on them as much as you'd like, but that's why too, you'll even figure it out. Most people, you know, a couple gambles will go good, a couple gambles are backfire, and then you're going to sit there and be like, man, if I just bought this stock, a good stock once and held it, and then there you go. So yeah, be very careful with that. I do hope you guys are aware. These are shitty. A lot of shitty plays are out there. You got more shit than quality. Yeah, I like your idea with healthcare. Healthcare, I just think you could get good value. You might have to wait a little bit, but even then, if you're going to really stick to a 10-year plan, and then again, think about the companies like Humana, UNH, they might go down a little bit, but they're not disappearing. This company could disappear overnight. All this takes, you know, the space stocks, they get shit blowing up in the sky, they go bankrupt. You know, that's just how it plays. But I think you're on a better track with Pfizer and UNH and all that shit. You're going to be way, way better. That's long term. But ASTI, space stocks, like I've been talking space stocks all year because I just know how the bubbles form. And, you know, I share that with everybody, but those you don't ever want to put into your long term. But that's what happens. That's the sad reality, is that we go, you know, there's thousands of stocks in the market and people get really, really excited. And then before you know it, they put a lot of dog shit and they're like, I'll hold it for 10 years minimum. But, you know, these stocks aren't the same quality as your money is worth. You know, that's what a lot of people did during EV. You know, there was the EV hype back a couple years ago. And then before you knew it, people were buying shit they never used. They didn't know about it. And just because it was up and people were getting excited, they're like, yeah, I'll buy it and put my savings into it. And then it backfired miserably. So, but then if you just bought something stable, healthcare even, something that's just going to be around that you know and use, like I'm saying, like Kimberly-Clark was my latest one. I have used Kleenex. I have never been to space, right? I take shits. I've not been on a spaceship. So that's the easiest way to invest. And that's what I mean by just invest. All you got to do is buy the stuff you know and use. The next big thing, you already know about it. Again, my favorite example is Uber, because we got Uber at $20. This is where we got Uber. We were buying it in 2019 as well at $30, believe it or not. We bought it pre-pandemic and post-pandemic at $20 to $30. Everybody knew about Uber already. You didn't need to find the next big thing. It was already in front of you. Same thing with Meta. Same thing with anything, really. Most of the big companies that are going to do well and change the world, you already know about them. You already use them. They already have millions of customers, so on and so forth. So if you could eventually dabble with these, but they're not going to be long-term. I would treat them very short-term and speculative, but you don't touch these until you get your portfolio ready to handle something that's going to withstand any type of market for the next 10 years. And that's why 10% into 10%, you could throw it to gambling, but you still need to establish 10% on good quality companies that you know and use. And that's going to, it's going to do a lot of work. It'll be slower. Like, this made 30% in 10 minutes, but, you know, I'd much rather prefer 30% in a year that's not going to go away and that's going to actually stay there. That'll take you a long way. You like that? I take shit. I've never been on a spaceship. It's true, though. Is that not real, though? I use Cottonelle baby wipes. I use Kleenex. I've never used a fucking detracting fuel radiator thing. I've never been to Spain. I don't want to. So, yeah, man. Just use what you use, bro. Buy what you use. It'll be great. Life is so easy. Like, the investing is, you really, I know it sounds simple, or some people are like, what do you mean just invest? What do you mean just invest in the stuff you use and that you know about? Because that you have more information in your head than you think. Oh, but what if we made toilet paper in space? Elon, shut up. Oh my gosh. This guy. But yeah, that's going to be the dilemma, is that this year, like I'm saying, I'm sure if we get a real run it hot theme and look at the Russell and the small caps, you're going to get a lot of shit. Like, a lot of dog shit's going to run. And like I'm saying, I mean, even last year, I didn't try to prevent, the critical mineral shit. A lot of those are dog shit, but there was an opportunity to make money. But you just got to make sure you don't bite the apple and think that that's not what's going to really build you wealth. It's, the real wealth is the long term. It's going to make you money. It's going to stay there. Even when the market goes down, you're going to be good. But yeah, everything else, you got to prioritize it and just don't lose money that you could put to work and guarantee in the long run. But yeah, you're going to get tempted this year, just like even last year, but it's just going to be a different set. Invest in Rogaine? Yeah, Kimberly Clark. But if you use Rogaine, I think you would have a better investment thesis around Rogaine than you would space in the next 10 years. But that's the thing. How long have you been using Rogaine? And there you go. How long has Rogaine been around? There you go. The best indicator is if it existed before you, it'll probably exist after you. Some stuff like Uber, I was using Uber for like 5 years before it IPO'd. And then it IPO'd. And then we had another 4 years to buy it at a very cheap price before it even turned into what it is now. What would I do if I had $5K to buy? I would space it out. I would do exactly what I do with every one of these accounts. I would take $5,000. I'd probably pick 3 stocks with $1,000, and then little by little put like $500 a month, and then keep saving and then grow the account. That's how you do it. Anytime you touch money, or if you want to really invest it, you just got to go little by little. So again, I mean, it's crazy to think about, because some of you guys are even saying, like, whatever the amount is, just remember, this account that I'm showing you right here started with $500. We started it with $500 and then added $200 a month until we raised it up to $300 a month. But that's what I'm saying. That's how you're going to build something like this. Because if you take whatever amount you have, space it out, and then every month or two, you slowly add to it and go with names you know and use, little by little, you're going to walk away with a very, very sizable account. So yeah, this is the same account. Again, it took 5-6 years, but there, look, $500. Then you have to go little by one share at a time. One share at a time, and then it'll lag out for a little bit. But that's how you do it. So that's what I would do personally. Long-term plays. I don't know, did you watch anything at the end of last year? It sucks because I had another 50 plays at the end of last year for the long term, and a lot of them went up 10%, 15% to start the year. But anything with deep value right now, I'm a big fan of. But that's why too, if you run out the draft class, that's what we kept calling it last year. There's like a couple of sets of names, like Kimberly Clark was one of those, but give it another 2-3 months, Kimberly Clark is going to either be higher or lower. Adobe will be higher or lower. A lot of different names, and then we'll see where the value's at. And then we'll be good. I like Chipotle, but we're up on it now. So you had like 3 months where we were down on Chipotle, and you could have got it lower. So I like 40. I mean, I bought it there, but it would have been better at 30. So, but like I'm saying too, one of the big rules I would give you guys last year, do you remember? I've been saying this for like 3 years now. What's the rule? Anybody know? So even, like, I like Chipotle. I bought it at 40 last year, but I look at it today and I'm like, what's the deal? Why would I say that? Does anybody know why? It's one if I'm up on it, but what's another rule? Give me another one. New price, you're close, but there's something else. Don't forget this. I think you guys are forgetting this one. Remember, we would go to Slick Charts. And we would look at what? Year-to-date laggers, right? So think about it. Yeah, Greenland says let's strengthen talk on minerals. He said not aware of talks on mineral resources. If it's up on the year. I don't like that. So you see what I'm saying? Some of these stocks, I mean, they're literally up 10, 15% on the year. And it's been 20 days. I really don't like that. That's why Kimberly-Clark was the only one that wasn't fucking up. That's why I'm saying we bought it. Now it's up, actually, believe it or not. So look, I don't like something on the 1 year. If you're telling me it's literally up 15% in 20 days of a 12 months, I'm not really a big fan of that. No. I think Hims is dog shit. I've been saying that for a while. I've known about Hims, but again, I mean, now I think people feel me more. But you guys were asking me about Hims at every $60 price target, and I said the same exact thing. I think Hims was a good way to light money on fire. But I'm just not a real big fan of this company. I think it's up to, maybe if it comes back to like $5 or $6, I could maybe consider it. But then again, we just bought Kimberly-Clark. I'll just stick with the fucking Rogaine and the 5% dividend with zero chance of failure, if that makes any sense. But Hims, I think, is dog shit. So, but again, at least it's down on the year. You know, that's the thing. At the very least, it's down on the year, and you're near the lower prices. So if you bought it today, I'm saying the exact same thing I said when it was triple the price, double the price. But you're probably getting a better deal now. But like I'm saying, in a world of Kimberly-Clark's, even Adobe being down, I don't know if I'm going to go to the dick pill, hair pill supplier. And that's all they do. Again, or NVO. That's the thing. While people were buying Hims, you're now at the same average price with a lot more upside on literally the maker of Ozempic. So, and that's where they got their back end. But I go through, we'll see, give it a little bit, but we're going to find out maybe in the next couple months which plays are, I think we're going to get a whole new draft class. It could be the tax loss harvesting. Because some of those plays, we were eyeing so many plays last year, end of last year, that were just like cheap value, high quality, and then start off, they just ripped. So that could be, again, some of it's the run it hot theme and people trying to get that value, but definitely I do definitely think that's the thing. Hims is one of your biggest positions. That's okay, but like you just didn't listen. Because this isn't a new thing. You guys have heard me talk about how dog shit Hims is. I told you, it's like the cabal. There's like Hims, what's the other one? It's like Hims, Kava. There was like all these stocks in like 2023 that were dirt cheap, and then a bunch of people just bought a shit ton of it, and then they started pumping it, and then they were all up 500-600%. So they were more incentivized to keep pumping it, but performance-wise, they were all dog shit. So, unfortunately, I'm sorry that that's the case for you, but if you have listened to me, I have been very, very clear on how poor this company has been. So, that's what I'm saying. But again, it doesn't mean you won't make money. When I said it was dog shit, it doubled, but at the same time, I don't care if it doubles, triples, or goes down 90%. I mean, my idea is going to stay the same. Just because, like, again, in that same time period, you had a lot of good quality come and go, and you could have just added every single, again, Intel. And a lot of other names you could have just scooped up instead of kind of playing this game of relying on the hype. Yeah, look at good companies. That's all you need, man. A good point guard. Well, there's some out there. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know the year-to-date leaders right now. Detached. Because, again, you could get the year-to-date shit on TD. You got to adjust it. How do I add the column? No. How you add the column? Customize the column. Percent year-to-date change. So yeah, app is the worst one. I mean, they just had money laundering into it. Constellation, they're up a fuck ton. But that's, and I don't really like energy. ServiceNow. Adobe was the bottom not too long ago. I think other names just got worse. CRM. So these are names we've talked about. Abbott after today. But do you guys notice none of the names to start are value plays? These are all growth names. Literally a month or 2 months ago, it was all just fucking dividend payers that were solid. U.S. probes more than a dozen Democrat-led states. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need a better draft class, but a lot of these are just growth names. So some of them were already either clobbered or they were already down there. Yeah, SPY's getting some volume. You're up 18.5, but you'll look at putting into good companies. Well, listen, man, I don't want to. So if you ignored the first part, don't get in the habit of ignoring all the rules. So just because it's dog shit, I'm not a fan of selling. Do you guys understand? That's why I hate kind of even telling people, because that's what sucks. If you break one of the rules, you're going to probably break 10 more. And I don't like that at all. So if it's in your long term, you're not allowed to sell it for 10 years minimum. That's what I'm saying. That'd be like telling me, Josh, my wife bothered me. I'm going to divorce her. I'm like, why didn't you think about that before you got married? So I'm not trying to shit on you. I am trying to encourage you all to uphold the rules. So you can't do that. That's the sad reality of it. That's why I'm telling you, when it comes to the long term, you have to really think about what you are buying. Act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. That's how you do it. That's what I've been telling y'all for almost a decade now. Because if you do that, you're going to think about all these things. And you're going to really put into that. But now, just because you get scared, worried, it's up, down, you don't want to do that. So you have to have a plan. If you want to get rid of it, you got to go buy something else that's not a stock. It has to be a better investment. But if you're like, okay, I don't like this stock anymore. Oh, this guy on the internet says it's bad. Let me go sell it. I don't think that's not going to build you wealth. Sadly, because then one day you're going to hear something and you'll be like, yeah, that guy said that, I'm going to sell it, and it'll end up being the next meta. So you don't want to play that game. I'm telling you. So unfortunately, just because you may have gotten something I may not have liked or I could think is a bad stock, I wouldn't tell you to go break the long-term rules and sell it. But I would encourage you to balance out your portfolio. How you add from here on out, you could always build around it and make it a certain way. You could build around it, add better quality, and let that shit sit there. And now it's just going to take you time, but use that as a real lesson and don't break the rules. You follow the rules, they're going to follow you. You break the rules, they're going to break you. And it's very simple. But yeah, I would definitely not buy more, and I would just build around it. You build around it, you're going to be fine. I mean, again, we had Snapchat, we built around that. It rocketed up 1,000%. We didn't touch it, craters back down. But when it goes up, we built around it, and our portfolio is better than ever. That's how you're going to do it. So you should just be looking at real value now that you have that growth. And whether it's shitty growth or quality growth, use this time to save and buy other good quality and do your best to the other stuff. Stay married for a minimum of 10 years. Well, listen, man, I'm not here to tell you guys about your marriage advice, but you do have to, when it comes to stocks, 10 years minimum, doc. You don't change your mind. But the analogy is like, just think about it. It's like literally getting into these relationships and then like, they made me happy. Like if someone compliments you, you're not going to marry them. right? If somebody bothers you and you get into an argument, you're not going to go through a divorce. That's tantamount to buying a stock when it's up or selling it when it's down, if that makes any sense. The idea is there should be a lot more that goes into your marriage decision, right? If you're going to go commit your whole life to somebody, there should probably be more than little things, and vice versa. If you want to end a marriage, you got kids, you got all this, you're going to have to go get lawyers, you're going to have to do all this stuff. It's like you should really think about why you would want to end that marriage. There should have to be a real big reason or something very, very terrible. And that's why it's just like same exact. If you treat your stocks like that, you're gonna be fine. GME's popping right now. U.S. pushes Russia, Ukraine towards direct talks in Abu Dhabi. We got rich, literally off instructions. They're critics, but never done construction. Well, yeah, 100%. She had 18 cats before you said I do. That's on you. I don't know. The way I look at it, like some of these stocks that people buy in the long term, it's like a girl getting famous. I'm like, why are you marrying her? Because she's famous. I'm like, you really think that's a good reason? So you mean to tell me she was ugly her whole life and was bullied her whole life, and now she goes up 10x, and now you want to marry her because she's famous? Do you understand what you are getting into? And then, yeah, and then you have to deal with that 10 years later, 5 years later, 3 years later. So, yeah. But I'm telling you, it's all a game of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, bro. You know, if you could just slow, control your emotions. I think now's a good time to go over that Charlie Munger picture. I love this infograph. You know that? I love it. I love it. Just let's go over some Charlie Munger quotes, shall we? Because for real, bro, this will fucking make you ballin'. Y'all don't get it, man. If it's easier said than done. I could give this to you in a couple minutes. You could digest it, but you have to really embody this and live this out throughout your whole entire life. Because if you do that, the game is easy, dog. The game is easy. The big money is not in the buying and selling, but in the waiting. Understand the power of compound interest and the difficulty of getting it. Don't get in the way of compounding. That's what he said. That's the follow-up to that quote. That's why. Once you get something compounding, that's why you don't sell it when it's good. You don't sell it when it's bad. You get a dividend and let it come. It's hard to get the compounding. But once you get it, don't get in its way. A lot of people with high IQs are terrible investors because they have terrible temperaments. Avoid stupidity is easier than seeking brilliance. I constantly see people rise in life who are not the smartest, sometimes not even the most diligent, but they are learning machines. We are looking for a wonderful business at a fair price, not a fair business at a wonderful price. You must know the big ideas and the big disciplines and use them routinely. 10%. Invert always. Turn a situation or problem upside down. Look at it backwards. If all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I love it. That's right there. That's enough. If you could really embody that, man, easy money. Again, you just got to live through the fucking years at a time. All this. I know for some of you it's trippy because we're talking about this now in real time, but some of you, that's the beauty of this channel. You've got to see this every day for 6 years. So I guess year 7 now is what we're going on, and then 2019, then we got our 2030 goal. So we got 4 more years left in that. So about 6 or 7, depending on when. But we started the long term end of 2019, beginning of 2020. And that's why it's like, bro, you've got to see this in play. I'd like to think you've watched it there. You've seen a couple mistakes, but generally, Get the saving, keep the saving consistent, follow these simple rules little by little, try to avoid not getting blown up in the meantime, and you're gonna walk away with something. And that's all you gotta do, bro. So yeah, the real difficulty is gonna be the waiting. That's word to Munger. I love how we're just chilling at open. Tesla's climbing. Bonds too. Bonds are actually breaking out on the day. Kimberly and PG. It would be a good poster. I haven't got a poster in so long. I want a poster, bro. You know that? You know what my last poster was? I had that poster of Michael Jordan with the wingspan. Anybody know what I'm talking about? That was an iconic poster. That was the last poster I ever had. Yeah, this one. I think this was my only poster I ever had. You know that? This one right here, bro. Banger. It was like 6 feet long. They don't feel me. Any advice for looking at things inverted? Yeah, find out how it's going to fail. So most people look at things and they're like, how can I succeed? Do it reverse. Find the way that it's going to fail and then obsess about not doing that. That's how you do it. Yeah, bro, Munger was crazy, bro. He was a philosopher. That's why you should hear what he says about like greed and envy. Because he says it. He said there's a lot more vices in life that are more fun. So like even if you're going to fall victim to a vice, you might as well, like, you better enjoy it. But like greed and envy and certain things that like affect your investing and bad decisions, they're not even fun. I mean, I don't know if I agree with him, but I don't think it's good advice. But like, lust is more fun than envy. Does that make sense? At least you're going to have fun being lustful than you would being envious and greedy and then fucking your shit up. But then again, I mean, homeboy had like 18 baby mamas too. But, you know, I'm surprised he didn't get anything. But yeah, that is a big one where like you listen to this guy, bro, he has some genius. But I told you, I've always listened to Munger my whole life. You know, I told you guys, intelligent investor. I would always be a big fan of Benjamin Graham. That's how I learned a lot of stuff when I started, when I really wanted to, understand the market. But it's just like, dude, the end of last year, beginning of this year, I was re-listening to some of it. Oh, and I was taking drives, I was going on trips, and I was like, dude, holy fuck. With everything going on in the world, how crazy everything is, every future AGI, I'm telling you, you don't need to chase brilliance. All you have to do is avoid stupidity. It's such facts, bro. It's disgusting. And that, I think, would help. I thought about a lot of people, and I think that would help a lot of people. And I think a lot of y'all are putting so much pressure on yourselves. You trying to be the next big thing, trying to get the next big thing. I got to do this. I got no time. I'm behind. Fuck all that. You're stressing yourself out trying to chase some brilliance when really your problem is probably avoiding stupidity. All you got to do is invert it. Get rid of the little 2 or 3 things stopping you, holding you back, slowing you down, and you're going to fucking run. But that's on you. You got to figure it out. You got to figure it out. Yeah, I made this one. I just started telling Gemini to make me stuff for that video, and then I somehow created this one. So I made this, or AI made it. I don't know, but it worked. So yeah, you could screenshot this if y'all like it. And then gold is ripping. All right, hold on. GMAB is a biotech. Have I tried using gems in Gemini? No. I've heard people talk about Notebook LM. It's on Gemini. If any of you guys are in school, that shit is OP. You could literally put all of your school material and it'll make you podcasts. And it'll make you videos and quizzes and shit. I wish, bro, if I was going to school when this shit was around, it's kind of nuts. Exactly, bro. You find out one thing this year that's going to make you fail, just avoid it. If you do that, oh, I'm telling you, it's so easy. It's easier said than done, but like, I think it's within everybody's reach. You just got to find the one thing that's going to make you fail this year and then avoid it. That's obsess about it. You are going to be golden. Yeah, if you're still in school, college or shit, bro, go look up Notebook LM. It's insane. I saw it, bro, and I was tripping out. It made me want to go back to school. Trump says if Europe sells U.S. securities, it would be a retaliation. Kind of need to sneeze. Anthony. Welcome, brother. Good morning. What time is it? Oh, shit. Let's do a push-up. Charlie Munger don't got a philosophy on push-ups, but I do. Move your body or you'll die. You could put that on my poster. But no, for real. You be sitting, you know, the hard part's waiting. It's harder to wait when you're uncomfortable. I'm gonna stretch a little bit since I'm still dying, but I think I could actually move around a lot better today. I'm not as clapped, dude. Thank God. But I think it's the fucking Sudafed at amphetamines. So, you know. Oh. No more pseudo. I did. I had some in them. It helped a lot, dude. I told you, bro. I was fucking around. Cause like I haven't been like sick in a minute. So like I was just taking like allergy medicine. Like I was taking like the fucking Zyrtec. And I'm like, all right, I just got a stuffy nose. I didn't do drugs hit. You know that, bro? That like Sudafed and a fucking Mucinex, dog. That shit hits. Nah, bro. I was playing around. Fucking chemicals, dog. I was shocked. I was shocked. I could breathe. Oh. Yeah, I'm stretching around. I'm a little better today. I'm like coughing up boogers though today. Like yesterday was just on my nose. But we good though. I feel like I'm making some progress. Yesterday was brutal, dude. Stretch around, bro. Let me see if we got propaganda for you so you don't have to hear my odd moaning. Bro, that Besant Sugar Daddy clip was insane. We should actually watch Besant's clip. Jeff Bezos launches new Shepard rocket. I don't know if you want to watch that. Or a Mimdani press conference.
I do every single thing.
Dude, why doesn't anybody watch these?
This as seamless of an experience.
Why is there only 50 people watching this?
And I think it is only right that New Yorkers
I'm gonna
judge
make
their
you guys
leaders
watch this
by their ability to deliver for them in the most day-to-day aspects of their life. Because for so much
around,
of what we
dog.
talk about in politics, what I'll find from New Yorkers is the questions come back to the things that they experience over a 24-hour period. And over the course of this snowstorm, what they want to know is there going to be a mayor that's going to tell them that it's coming? Is there going to be a DSNY that is prepared to put the salt across this whole city? Is there going to be a plan in place, whether it's 3 inches or 12 inches or however many, that none of us are surprised? And I think that's what they're going to see in our administration, is we take this seriously because it has serious consequences for New Yorkers' lives. It can mean the inconvenience and knowing that it might be a more slippery walk that you're going to take. It can also mean a real fear to your safety if you do not know that this is coming and you still have to take the kind of trip that you would have otherwise planned for. And so what we are asking of New Yorkers is to take every precaution they can in their own life, and what we will deliver to them is a city government that is going to meet them there and doing everything in our power to make this a weekend that they will not have to remember any months from now.
Yeah, we've got time for a few more. Andrew, then Kelly.
Mayor, you know yesterday I asked you about the snow day possibility.
Yes.
What I wanted to ask you is, do you agree with the current mayoral position, which is that any weather-related closure should lead to virtual education that day? Or do you disagree with what was an Adams administration policy, the de Blasio administration policy, that we should have virtual school?
You know, I will tell you, as of now, we have not yet made a decision as to what Monday will be. And we are going through every different aspect of the impact of a possible decision. As I said earlier, parents feel one way about this, students feel very differently about this. What I want to make sure, however, is that we are making a decision that does not have a massive impact on people's day-to-day lives, not only this coming next few days, but also for the school year in its entirety. Those are the conversations we're having right now with our chancellor, with our internal team as well.
Yeah, Kelly, go ahead. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Kelly.
I wanted to ask you, Mahmoud Khalil has a deportation order to Algeria. I'm wondering, are you doing any back channeling with the president on his case to get that changed? And then I noticed the borough president is here the first time since he's been endorsed by Nydia Velázquez. And a question for both of you, you both standing here united, what does this mean for the Democratic Party here in New York that seems to be schisming and splitting between progressives and Democratic socialists?
So I will go with your first question, then I'll go to your second question. Mahmoud Khalil is a New Yorker. He should remain in New York City. We have seen this attack on him as part of a larger attack on the freedom of speech that is especially pronounced when it comes to the use of that speech to stand up for Palestinian human rights. And I will make that clear to everyone, and I have said it time and again, that he deserves to stay in this city. He deserves to be in the city just like any other New Yorker. And I can tell you that too often, on your second question, New Yorkers are asking themselves, what does this actually mean for me when it comes to politics, right? The borough president is running for Congress. He's a friend of mine. I've endorsed another candidate for that seat. Incredibly excited about her, Assemblymember Claire Valdez. All of those things can be true, and we can still be working together.
Bro, I'm stretching and blowing my nose. I just like to see things.
And that's what we have to show, is that we can keep moving this agenda forward. We can keep moving.
I think 80% of your comments are on politics. Abracadabra.
Or what use is politics?
So yeah, man. I think maybe you need to take a break. Don't worry, man.
Yeah.
I thought, you know what, Memdani fascinates me? Because nobody believed me, but he's doing what I told you he was going to do. He's blocking bankruptcies so that the city could bid on the buildings. People don't feel me. But yeah, I told you that was going to happen a year ago. I love it. I love it.
Look, I can tell you as a guy who grew up in New York City, many of my favorite memories were packing that trash can at the bottom of the hill. And actually, that's one of the first times I went to a hospital in New York City. Is when we hit the jump. I was supposed to be on the back. We hit the jump so well that I ended up being in the front. And then my friend landed on my head. And I got a concussion and I went to the hospital. And I turned out mostly okay. And I tell you that to say that snow is also an incredible amount of fun for so many young people across the city. We also want to make a decision that we know is the right decision to make, not just in the immediate, but also in the medium and the long term, and is part of a larger policy. So it doesn't weigh on me too much, though I don't begrudge anyone for their strong feelings, either way.
Thank you, guys. We're going to do the ribbon cutting now, so we're going to just bring this in here. Podium.
All right, thank you, Memdani. Good looks, bro. High ticker's running. Well, yeah. I don't think there's any more Davos. I think Trump already left. People are watching the Jack Smith thing, but yeah, I'm not it. That's crazy, bro. I thought there would be more people watching Mr. Memdani. I thought he was a celebrity now. I guess not. I guess not.
Everything that we do here at Blue
You
Origin,
like the
and
spaceships?
we hope it inspires you just as much as it inspires us all.
This shit always looks so fake.
Earth is this unique gem of a planet which is completely irreplaceable.
Also, it would take 5 Jupiters. That was a trippy concept. I have not heard anybody say that. So we could get them for the lowest price? No. The Mamdani thing is much more sinister. Because literally, there's these companies these buildings are going bankrupt, and then they get to the court hearing, right? And there's people with money who are willing to buy the buildings, renovate them, and make them look nice. Yeah, AMD is working up a little bit. I already had that up here. Check any of the other chips. But then literally, they're blocking viable bidders from buying the building. And they're making whatever claim to say, no, don't sell it to them because of this and that. And then the city's going to buy them up. So it's going to create a weird bailout situation because a lot of these buildings are so ill-maintained because the fucking boomers who owned them have just been cash cowing them with unlivable conditions for the last like decade. But then now when somebody could go take it, make it nice and add supply, they're not allowing that to happen. And then pretty much the city of New York is going to end up owning them. So they're stepping in on all of these BKs, and they're either blocking viable buyers or they're buying it themselves to become the owner. And then that's going to fuck with supply, and then before you know it, you are going to have a portion of the real estate owned by the government. That's pretty unique. But yeah, it's and then again, it's a case-by-case basis with whoever the beneficiary is of all those other buildings. But yeah, it's pretty fascinating. But I mean, you could have saw it coming. Yeah, AMD, I don't think it was anybody else. It looks like it's just AMD. So I don't know if they got something. Who's the other one? SanDisk, Micron. Yeah, just AMD. Been melting up with the little candle. ASTS, more space stocks. AMD's still ripping. Where are we at? 1% on the Nazi. Russell up 1-2. Where's Meta? I mean, SPY's near the high of the day. And Saidu. Get on, baby. Oh, welcome. Non-stop. Oh, for your work? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yesterday's drama was about the tariffs, even though technically he never put them on, but just the threat of it. But we'll see. I wonder what this year will bring. But I think before we know it, we're going to, next couple weeks, next couple months, we'll probably be talking about taxes and income. Ascend Pharma? Oh, they had something the other day. But yeah, that's up 8%. That's not small. And remember, XBI Biotech's been running. ASDI reaction to circulation of Betaville indicating 2 companies are eyeing possible takeover. That was 5 minutes ago. It's not really circulated. So it's literally a rumor that's going around right now. Ascend. Let me see if I could find something else. But yeah, nothing's confirmed, and then Meta on the high. Tell me why. It's Betaville. The Betaville ones, yeah. It's hit or miss, bro. I really don't know with them. I'd like to err to the side of its bullshit, but I'm telling you, last time I said that, I just fucking got bought out. So I don't even know. And again, just pharma's hot right now, and we've been seeing a lot of it. KMB, it's a little higher. I mean, the reality with Kimberly-Clark, you have till next week because they're going to have earnings. So Kimberly-Clark's still slight. I mean, again, it was just at my price this morning, but give it January 27th earnings. It's either going to go up another 5% or it'll be back below where I bought it. So it's up to you. That's why I bought it when I bought it, because I knew that was happening and I have another deposit coming. So my idea was buy it at $99.50 before earnings, And then if it had good earnings, I wouldn't have to buy it if it went up. And then if it did bad after earnings, I would probably buy it again. So you could fluctuate around there. It all depends where your portfolio is. I mean, if you're really starting off and you plan to do 10 years minimum, you could build around it. You have no, I don't like rushing. Again, if you like the community, I mean, the thing I like, I'm on a mission to eliminate FOMO. All the Charlie Munger quotes and everything else in between. So you don't need to have FOMO. And as long as you are going to keep building and building around, there's always going to be another one. So that's how I would be looking at it. Spot silver, 52-week high. Excuse me. 95.91. That's crazy. Oh, bro. Tesla registrations in California declined 11.4% in 2025. And then SPY moving again, we just hit like near the high of the day and then just started chilling. Where's TAP today? Still above 50. It's still technically red on the day. Isn't that crazy, bro? Silver at 95.91. Bro, 10K a brick is nuts. Oh, fucking silver. Tell me why. You're fine with waiting? Yeah, just keep it's deposit monthly. And as long you have to set an amount, 10% of your savings, save 10% of your income, and just add to it every month. Like the first account that I showed, the one that we're building, I mean, it started with $500. So like this is that same exact account. And like going back, like we'd buy one share, you start with your starting amount. The first day I bought 3 different stocks to like spread it out. But then month by month, you buy 1 share, 2 shares. So when you are starting out, the first couple plays you make or don't make aren't going to really matter as much. What matters is you consistently do it. And that's usually the challenge. And then just, again, buy shit you know and use. Like Kimberly-Clark's an easy one because most people know their products. But, there's way more names out there. But as long as you do it little by little, brick by brick is how you build a house, my friend. I don't know. Well, we don't use bricks in California. That's the crazy. We use fucking toothpicks. But still, you get the analogy. Brick by brick. And bonds chilled out too, man. I don't know. It feels kind of like the earlier days in this week. But remember, yesterday was boring until we fucking... I'm doing the deal. So, we'll see. And at least you have some tech holding. Yeah, UNG hitting a new low of the day. We'll call them that. Cold. It hasn't filled the Friday gap. Yeah, we're at the low end of Friday. I feel. Hit by hit is brick by brick. How many 10K bricks for an average house? I think 20. 20 or 25. But I don't know, man. That's why we talked about the other day. I mean, at one point, people had a gold to house ratio. I don't know if silver will ever get to 4,500 an ounce. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, very tempted to sell the silver. But I have nothing to buy with it. mean, the Greenland deal isn't even with Greenland. I think it was a NATO deal. That's the irony of it. Again, Homeboy made those comments today, but he said he doesn't really know much about it. So you might, like I said, you might even get a headline. I'm still banking on a fake Reuters headline in the next couple weeks. So all you got to do is wait for one of those, and then I think you'll be good. I don't know what the shops are buying at. It's crazy because think about the shops we called. When we called them, it was at $70, and they still, some of them didn't want to buy it. They could have made fucking 25% on us. But I'd assume it's the same situation, where it just all depends on who's the buyer or seller, because whoever's putting up the liquidity. Oil numbers, 3.62 million. Estimate was draw of 108,000. Shit. Is that Venezuela oil? I'm surprised it didn't move down more. Rug pull Reuters. Just get ready for it, bro. Yeah, I feel a little bit better today. We balling, bro. We ball. There's good plays in the morning. A lot of the stuff we positioned on yesterday. That's it. Oh, they're doing the EU summit. That might cause something. So again, if the people at the EU summit, if they want to pull back any of the deal because of Donald Trump talking shit, they could. Or if they say anything, there's one more part of it, the bonds, but I think that's all smack talking.
It redoubles our efforts and investments in biomedical research, increasing NIH funding by $450
I forgot.
million
This is a congresswoman, I'm pretty sure, dog.
To develop treatments and cures for cancer, Alzheimer's,
May the Lord be with us.
ALS, and other deadly diseases. It provides more than $9 billion for the Center for Disease
I thought it was like a
Control
Lord of the
and
Rings
Prevention
trailer.
to
That's why I
protect
clicked on it. That's my fault. My bad. I didn't know. I just saw the thumbnail. I said, what? No. I think she's gonna try to tell me my future. Silver's still going, dude. My goodness. You went to 2 shops yesterday. They quoted you 80 and 70. Not bad. Remember, at 70, that people didn't even want to pay 80 or 70. But then again, it's at 95, 96. So get ready for it, because once silver is gonna do what that little stock did. It's either going to like chill out right below 100, or it's going to rip through 100 and then start going crazy and then chill out. Yeah, it's still disgusting, dude. This is absolutely disgusting. 95. 96. Why won't it load? I want to see the how far does their all-time chart go to? Dude, this is dirty. App short call by Balick. Remember, they had some money laundering accusation yesterday. So they're still kind of reeling from that. It was down more yesterday. Wasn't it yesterday like 10%? Or am I tripping? Dropped a decent amount. Meta, can't you see? Sometimes the threads just hypnotize me. silver into home improvement. I mean, it's just make sure you have a real plan with it. Because why did you buy the silver? Like, for me, I bought silver as a physical asset on the, like, just related to the dollar. Again, when I was buying silver, I thought the world was going to end. Now, granted, this was like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, but that's why I'm so conflicted about selling it. Because I never thought it would go to this price. But then I'm like, well, wait a minute. What if the world do end? I'm going to make sure I want to fight vampires and still be able to complete commerce transactions. So, yeah. But I'm sure, I don't know if maybe the people in the 70s feel the same way. They're at break even now. No, they're up, though. They doubled. I think, right? Or they tripled. No, they doubled. They're up like 200%. Yeah, silver bonds are ripping, too. Do you think gold and silver can go to a 10-to-1 ratio? I think anything can happen. I would encourage you all to get that helmet on and start really realizing that nobody in their right mind can predict what's going to happen to gold and silver right now. Does that make sense? You know that song by Uncle where he said 3,000 for an ounce? That sound like a fair rate? It was at 2,500. Nobody thought it was going to go to 3,000. No one thought it was going to go to 4,000. Now they all think it's going to go to 5,000. So, like, this has been going on for like 2 years now. Just, you can't really predict what's going to happen. It could go up to 10,000 or it could go back to 1,000. That's just the sad reality of all of it. Is that I don't think there's a real way to have any idea of how much higher or lower it will go. But I would be prepared for both scenarios. So you should ask yourself, like, what would you do if silver doubled? And then what would you do if silver went down 80% from here? What if it went back to $30? How would you feel? So I would make theses based on that, because anything could happen, and I don't really think anybody knows. Because you're either going to sell it and it's going to double, or you're going to sell it and it's going to lose all of its value. Bank of America, Citi, Way new credit cards with 10% rate? What? The banks? That's weird. Check Visa and MasterCard. Visa's going down. But if the banks offer it, that's a little different. Yeah, but look, Visa they did a little drop in pop. I think the banks would benefit off of it more, but we'll see. That one's a little interesting. Lace is going up too. I know, right? If it is only for a year. I think this could be a new segment for the banks, though. I never really thought about it. So pretty much banks offering this to their customers. But the card would still have to be ran by Visa, or I'm assuming. Oh, is XYZ? Let's see. Check XYZ and Affirm. They're all moving. All of these financial plays are moving off of that. A couple mineral plays are going down. But yeah, Affirm, Square, Visa, MasterCard, and then Bank of America, Citi. Bonds are running off of it too. Bonds are actually really going. What time is it? No, there's no bond auction. I think people might be picking up on this, bro. Yo, bonds are going vertical. Hi. Yeah, all the banks are moving too. Affirm, Square, they're getting a little bit more. I want to say it's related to this. Let's just see what follow through it has. JPM is even going up. What time is it? 9:09. You are great in the eyes of the Lord. Oh, we all are, brother. Amen. The news was Bank of America and Citi are looking to do the 10% credit card. So all these financials just started popping. Credit card companies, banks, and then even the like buy now, pay laters. And then bonds just took a crazy candle off of it, but that chilled out. If bonds had a follow through, I would have said we could have got active, but they're already back down. And then Meta and Lace, they were already running up there too. Wells Fargo, Fig. Information. Intel is now more pricier than TSMC. That might be going off the PE, I'd assume. I mean, damn, TSM only has a 3 PE. Well, what the fuck? I mean, Intel's PE ratio is 1800. So, I don't know. I haven't looked at the forward PE, though. That might change things. You got an email from Citi. You could opt for a $999 on your credit card. As an opt-in? They're like, only if you want. If you want to pay less, you can. If you don't, we will charge you 27.9%. Thank you for shopping at Citi. That's crazy. Why is that an opt-in? You know somebody's gonna be like, nah, I'm balling. Why would I pay 9.9? You know they go so that they stop lending to people. I know one dumbass liberal gonna pay 30% interest. Just they're like, it's for the immigrants. I'm doing it for the immigrants in my community. If I pay 30 and they should opt in. I'm like, man, Susan, what's wrong with you, Susan Karen the third? Long term's been loving it, bro. But you know what's fucked up? You know what's really fucked up? Long term's been going up every day this week. But it gets really fucked up when I tell you the reality of it. You want to know what's fucked up? Long term is killing it again this year. But there's something fucked up. You want to know what it is? Oh, this account's doing better. I didn't look at this account, to be honest. So this account is beating it. But see, look, here's the reality, though. Look, it looks nice. Killing it, bro. 8% on the year. But you want to know what's fucked up? The Russell is still beating us. After today, but then the Russell's going to be up by like 1%. So technically, we're lagging the Russell. We're shitting on the SPY and the NASDAQ. And the Dow. But yeah, bro, the Russell is... Dude, I've never seen this. Okay, well, Intel. Hi! But yeah, that's the crazy part. The other account, the Fidelity, is doing better, though, than the Russell. If we could hold that 13%. But holy shit. So yeah, it's another strong start to the year, you guys. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of crazy, even on here, if you think about it. Because like I was saying, we save $3,600 a year in the first 20 days. First 22 days of the year, you almost got your full yearly deposit in growth. Well, it has to stay, which it probably will either get better or not, but I'm telling you, yeah, most of it is Intel. Intel and a couple of Asian stocks. And then value, though, too, though. Don't get it twisted. All those value names took a 10% pop. So that helped out a little. TAP went up 12, and we got to stack up some TAP. TAP. And we got some dividends. You know that? We're at $726 a year now. So that means we're getting over 2.5 deposits almost of dividends. So hopefully if we get some good value this year, play our cards right, we might be at 3 months of dividends a year. So we save up 3 months of our own, and then or we save up 12 months, and then we get 3 free months from dividends. So we'll be saving about, God willing, if we could get good ones. And I'm not really too fixated on it. So like if only we get growth plays, I'm fine with that. But ideally, if I could pull up those dividends and I could get us to 15 months a year of saving, oh, that's going to be glorious, dude. Like I'm saying, it's still a small account. Remember, that's 35 grand, but that's the same $500 account, and we're talking $300 a month. So now you're really compounding, but you're still operating off a McDonald's salary. You guys realize that, right? $36,000 a year is where we're at. So if you make $36,000 a year and save 10%, you would have been able to replicate this account. Now, obviously, I'm not accounting for the other real life influences, but I think this account would more reflect people who are somehow, whether you are in college or living at home, where certain expenses, or if you made like 60 grand a year, and then after spending on living, you were left with X amount, you could probably, but again, this is $300 a month. That's crazy. But you're seeing now, first couple years, you would have to wait all year to make a couple grand. Now you could do that in a month. And then you're also getting the savings from your dividends, and then that's compounding, and then that compounds, and then that compounds. So kind of nuts, man. Very, very nuts. Big fan though. But yeah, $300 a month. $330 now, I think, is what we're at. Intel was good though, because we saved. So not only is Intel a runner, but remember, we put like 4 or 5 deposits into that. We were already stacking it up before. Meta's up today because they added ads to Threads. And then the financials are chilling out, but then Meta's actually still going. And then literally your boy just ran Intel. What's NOM? NOM B Materials is up 100%. From CS? No. So we started the account on Charles Schwab. We started the account on Thinkorswim, TD Ameritrade. So this is that same account I was just showing you. These are the screenshots from back in the day. So we started with $500 on Thinkorswim. And then after like 2023, Thinkorswim got bought out by Schwab. So this account moved to Schwab, and then I had a big account, and I moved that to Fidelity. So the small account is still on Schwab, and then the Fidelity was the big account. The one I was showing you was $300 a month. And, obviously when I started building $300 a month, what do you think the internet said? John, why would I do $300 a month? What am I going to do with $300? And then, ironically enough, the same people would also be like, how am I going to do $300? I'm like, this is so confusing. Nobody could save in America. Why would I only do 300? So you get to see the dichotomy of both sides. So I did $3,000 a month. Same exact plays, same exact setup. And we made this account. And it went up to just under 300 grand last year. And then I was telling everybody to buy a house. And so I just bought a house with it. And that's why it went back down. But that's why, too, I was yelling last year, please, please, please follow along. Don't let the politics distract you. I was a lot more straightforward with people because, again, we made a lot of people money last year. But I think some people had like a Trump hangover, and they still kept giving me shit. So we said we got to close the gate and lock in, dog. But, yeah, this is the rebuild. So I'm rebuilding the big account to get that up there. But the big account's on Fidelity. Trump suing JPM. He said he was going to at the beginning of the week. I don't know if you're going to get a follow-through, but watch out for it. So see, that one might not cause a reaction. But yeah, so we have the big account on Fidelity, and then the other small account is on Schwab. And like I said, I am telling you, the liberal account, I made an account for my sister. You have no idea, bro. Here's the liberal account. This one's even better. Because this one, she did not raise the deposits. She started 2 years later. So she waited till the media told her to invest after the hype and said, okay, now I want to do it. right? And then she refused to raise her deposit. She quit when it went down. And this account is still phenomenal as well, too. So, yeah. It has different set of plays, but borderline similar. And that goes to show you could even start a little later. You don't have to raise your deposit, but you should. But, like, yeah, it's the same idea, the same principles. Buy, hold, minimum 10 years. You'll be great. And she wanted to quit because of Trump last year, too. But that's crazy because that's like what? That's a 50% difference? So I think I have the screenshot somewhere. But she wanted to quit last year at 12,000 because of Trump. And she was convinced that Trump was going to destroy the economy. Even though I don't think she understands the economy. But she was really set on it. But then, yeah. So she would have walked away with 50% less. That's sad. Why they do her like that, bro? I mean, I have it somewhere. Tell me why. I had a lot of screenshots last year, bro. Yeah, here it is. So look, that's the old one right there. Should I stop putting money into my 401k? This is when she wanted to do it. Isn't that amazing? Do you see the emotions? And again, y'all and I had to be very, very aggressive last year. Do you understand why? I don't think y'all realize how many people actually still went through with their dumb decisions. And I was trying to make sure y'all didn't play yourself. Even my own family. But yeah, bro. I said, who told you that? So, yeah. But thank God she didn't follow through. Because that would have been sad. She's stoked now? No, she's kind of mad. I don't know how to explain it. But she's not really happy about it, bro. It's a fascinating concept. I was explaining this in the last year, too. I don't think... I don't know how to... I cannot wrap my head around the modern liberal mind. But... And that's why I'm saying even some people, I've seen it even in here, too. Like, if things are bad, they're not happy. But then if things get good, they're not happy. But... Yeah, it's at $18,000 now, yes. So, literally, beginning, like, March, April last year, she wanted to quit at fucking... at $12,000 because of the fucking CNN. And whoever else was feeding her bullshit. Man, $18,400. Not again, she's had a great start year to date, too. This is almost her full year deposits, but... Yeah, that's a banger, bro. That's a big difference. So again, if you're only saving $2,000 a year, and we're talking a $6,000 difference, that's a 3-year difference in just not panicking. And then again, we use that opportunity I got her a fuck ton of intel. Imagine how pissed off she is, bro. Imagine. Imagine, dog, out of all of the Donald Trump shit and everything else, and then I don't even think she realizes how much intel she has. And the fact that she made a killing off intel. So, yeah, man. It is what it is. But, yeah, she's not too happy about it. I'm telling you. Last time I talked to her, she was not really, she was not vibing. Like, I think she was disappointed. I said, I don't get it, man. I'd be hyped, bro. You give me $1 for free. I'm happy. She was very, I don't know. Okay, JP Morgan's reacting now. So Trump said he's going to sue. Like I said, I didn't think it was going to move, but maybe I'm wrong. It's moving. So take notice. I don't know if it's all of them, but I see it on the wire. Sues Jamie Dimon for $5 billion in damages. Damn it, that hit. They're cheap. There's one of them. There's a penny one. But I don't like it still. I don't think it was going to move, bro. I was just wrong. But now they're pumping it on Fox. Yeah, I got filled at 2 cents. I literally got 2 of them. So we'll see. But you would have made more if you just took it. She's doing $200 a month. So she refuses to raise the deposit. She started at $200 and she has not raised it in like 4 or 5 years. And then again, she has like a third less time. So she delayed a couple years and she quit for a year when the market went down. She said, I don't want to do this. So yeah, man. But anybody could do it. And then again, I even told her at the time, I don't know if it's in that screenshot. Oh, I gotta find it. I think this is it. Where is it? Oh yeah, look at it. I told her this in the moment. I said Donald Trump will be gone, but the market won't be. So that's word, bro. Same thing. I tell her the same thing I tell all of you guys. But I'm telling you, last year was like, it was easy for investing and it was fun. And we did very good, but like, I don't know how to tell you. I hope you guys understand it. I'm glad that some of you are still here. I'm glad I got to wash out some hoes. But dude, you have no idea. Like, yeah, it was aggressive, bro. People were not really, even if you wanted to hand people shit on a golden platter last year, they would not accept it. I'm telling you, from randoms on the internet to even my sister, it was a weird Donald Trump hangover effect where motherfuckers did not want to do it, bro. You know what I'm saying? They did not want to do it. I don't know how to explain it. How about $2 for free? I'm down, dog. Hey, wait, I'm about to make these free. Hold on. I can make my play free. All right, I got 100% on JP Morgan. I got one left now, but I paid for itself. That's amazing. And I got $2 for free. Stop it. See? Amen, bro. It's a dividend. You don't feel me? You sit with, hey, at least that's good. At least you do it with your kids. That's not bad, man. Your kids will thank you. Just make sure they don't turn into my sister. That's what I'm telling you, bro. But yeah, it was a trip last year. I even said it, bro. Imagine the Intel video. You guys realize how many people got mad at me for buying Intel last year? Y'all don't want to have that conversation. You know how many people, they're like, you're an asshole, Josh. You're this. I'm like, because I've been screaming from the rooftops. Every money-making opportunity, you guys somehow twisted it into being only about Donald Trump. And then they'd be like, are you even a Christian? Are you even? How do you even? I thought you were smart, Josh. I'm like, oh my fucking God. So yeah, you guys know that. You had on the trading fraternity. On the video, bro. You had like a fucking 3-week jump. I don't think they feel me. That video, when I had time to buy it, make the video, edit the video, go to the farm and shoot the video, post the video, and you still had another week before it even went up 30%. And they were like, nah, like, fuck you. Why are you so agree? Why did you? And the chat was still free, I'm pretty sure. And they're like, oh, well, the chat wasn't free. I'm like, because you guys just wanted to argue with me about politics. You didn't give a fuck about the stock market. Yeah, Penn is going straight up. Good call on that. I don't see anything. Trump admin has required majority of Venezuelan oil to be sold to U.S. China could buy them at fair market prices. What's going on with Penn? Penn's 6%. It was months before we even made locked in. That's what I was saying. And you know, you don't even want me to tell you about those options. If you bought options, and I told you I was buying those options on that day. Some of them went $2,000 to 75,000. Y'all don't want to hear that. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's sad. And it's sad. And people made it all about a $5 membership. They made it all about my politics. And I was handing out dimes left and right. It was a great opportunity. So that's why, too, man. If you see, even when the chat's free, bro, and you get these motherfuckers just complaining all the time, I'm telling you, they don't want you to make any money. DraftKings going now, too. I don't know what it is. I don't have a headline. There's something. Yeah, it could be one of the taxes. DraftKings is better. It's cheaper. All right, I got some real cheap ones. I don't know if they're gonna hit. Why won't it fucking sell? I got the shittiest ones, but they were cheap. It might be the tax shit. That's it. I don't see the headline yet, though. That's just too big of a move. 6 and 3. That's a trigger. That's good, man. I'm telling you, all of you who did good last year secured your future and made the most of it regardless, and didn't try to make it about my attitude. And thank you for those of you who understood. I was trying to help people, dog, like 1,000%. And that's why I was saying it was a very big gap between people literally changing their lives or like fighting to just keep this negative mentality about whatever was happening in the world. So I'm grateful. I really am, bro. 200 to 75,000. Yeah, give or take. I still have a couple of them, but I haven't flexed them. I don't want to. But it doesn't change anything. It don't matter if I made a fucking bag or not. Motherfuckers didn't give a shit. Yeah, bro. Yeah, y'all don't want to see these ones, bro. I'll just praise the Lord. But that's short term. That's gambling, bro. And even without the gambling, you still made 150%. Not to mention all the other shits, too. They did very, very good. And then it was a beautiful year for compounding. But I'm telling you, bro, I think we're going to have more opportunity this year. It's just going to show up differently. But I encourage you guys not to get drowned out by all the bullshit. And, like, that's what I'm saying. Why are you here? I'm telling you, bro, my sister, her account 50% higher from when she wanted to quit, but like she genuinely wasn't happy about that. So if that's gonna be you got to really figure out, what's the point of putting your time into this, and you might get frustrated, man. So that's what I'm saying. You just got to think about it. Filled the Fox News gap. I made 100% on that somehow. The DraftKings didn't go though. Good value. I think a lot of people, it just depends on your personality, to be honest. Like, if you got a gambling problem, go put that shit in a savings account. If you're going to follow, like, strict rules of high quality, I'd put it into high quality dividend stocks. Not chasing the dividend, not chasing a gain, but something there. Rick Reeder seen as rising contender for Fed chair, Axios. See what bonds do. If that's serious, bonds will react. Chancellor Merz says EU must bolster resilience on defense and competitiveness. SPY's going up. Watch, let's see what the bonds do. Yeah, man. That wasn't even the best play last year. That was one of the, like, highlights, and I just went big on it. That's why it was easy to do. But you want to know what the main point is? There is probably 100 different plays from 1,000 to 9,000%, and those were all real-time and free before any locked in or anything. And handing them out. And more people gave me shit. It's like I said, I don't think y'all wanted it, bro. So if you want it, man, I encourage you to secure your future. But again, too, if you put gambling before your long term, you're going to get clapped. But if you get the long term set up rock solid, you will watch opportunity come your way. I could confidently say that. Macron. Says France ready to join NATO exercises. Remains vigilant to use all tools. Yeah, bonds are catching a bit off that. If that could go, that's so sad that the market likes Rick Reeder than Kevin Hassett. Fuck you guys. Just respectfully. That's bullshit. You guys, you understand that? You mean to tell me all these Wall Street hacks would prefer a BlackRock dude than the other guy who's probably more legit just because they're going to name him a Trump dude? That's crazy. Axios source is Kalshi. Yeah, maybe you should chill on that. Well, bonds are reacting. They want it. I think all the fucking BlackRock Wall Street people would want that. But that's, I think, a terrible pick. I don't like Rick Reeder for the Fed chair. Yeah, Tesla's still ripping. None of those DraftKings hit. Actually, still going up. I put an order in. It just won't fill. Oh shit, those old spy calls are still up. CVV graphite or graphene? Yeah, all these like LARs and the fucking Sermal, they've been getting it, even though like the Greenland stuff's been making them volatile. Trump's toned it down though on the minerals, if you haven't noticed. He keeps saying they're not even rare. It's the processing. But I'm sure eventually. EU Collis says no U.S. agreement on Greenland seen so far. So get ready. Let me see. I think we could listen to these fucking Europeans. I just have to hear my girlfriend all day. That's why I don't play it. I'm kidding.
Het is een enorme opgave, laat het ook helder zijn. Want ook de beslissing over het verhogen van de defensieuitgaven van de Europese partners...
I can't tell if he's slurring or speaking European.
Dat moet ook de komende periode fors worden doorgezet. En op de economie, we praten natuurlijk al vrij lang over het versterken... bijvoorbeeld van de interne markt, over zorgen dat we...
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck he's saying, dude. It's one or the other. I don't know if it's like broken English or if it's European. Cigna kind of launching. You should do a push-up. Let me get you propaganda. I gotta go blow my nose. Go to the bathroom too. Stretch a little bit. Let's see. Music and conversation at the World Economic Forum. I guess you could watch the Jack Smith thing is what... There's a lot of people watching that. Surprisingly. Alright, do a push-up and give me a sec.
But criminal liability under the statutes you used in your indictment requires proving intent, not simply the undermining of democratic norms or expressing
fucking
opinion with which
abracadabra
you do
shows
not
up.
agree. So
I
is it
play
not
one political. Look at
correct, sir, that
abracadabra
here
already.
you
Abracadabra.
charge 2 intent-based crimes without any
Abracadabra
direct
ain't say
proof
shit about the
whatsoever
law term.
that the conduct
200 into 75,000. Abracadabra ain't got shit to say. But now, I'm playing fucking Roy. Go do a push up.
I felt we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I felt
All right, I'll be right back.
Proof included direct testimony from a number of witnesses to prove the knowing falsity of his claims.
Despite the fact that in your own deposition you acknowledge the existence of conflicting advice. If this defendant were anyone other than Donald J. Trump, Mr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that we would be sitting here today having a hearing about an indictment that was returned knowing that the elements of the offenses could not be demonstrated. Now, let's talk about this. I assume you're also familiar with the Department of Justice policy that prohibits prosecutors from selecting the timing of investigative or prosecutorial actions for the purpose of affecting any election.
Yes, I am. That's the election year sensitivities policy, and we followed it in all respects. The public integrity section who administers that policy concurred that we followed it in all respects.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. This is from John Dowd. I was Donald Trump's lawyer. Jack Smith should be celebrated, not vilified. December 16th, 2025, last month.
Objection?
I ask unanimous consent to enter the record a criminal complaint filed by the Trump Department of Justice in December 13, 2025, detailing how Kash Patel and the FBI used a confidential human source and an undercover FBI agent to investigate a bomb threat in Los Angeles. And then finally, this is an article published by The Verge on October 19, 2023, titled Peter Thiel was reportedly an FBI informant, which reports that Peter Thiel served as a confidential human source for the FBI.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First one is from MSN.com. Biden's FBI paid anti-Trump sedition hunters as informants in J6 Arctic frost probes.
Objection.
Jack Smith team approved $20,000 payment to informant to snitch on Trump during Arctic frost probe.
Objection.
AT&T turned Kevin McCarthy's cell phone records over to Jack Smith.
Objection.
Biden's legal team met with Jack Smith aide before Trump indictment.
Objection.
Jack Smith deposition gives insight into failed effort to hold Trump accountable.
Objection.
Trump special counsel Jack Smith was involved in Lois Lerner IRS scandal.
Objection.
Special counsel Jack Smith's mixed history pursuing high-profile politicians.
Objection.
And FBI resisted opening probe into Trump's role on January 6th.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh.
I think it's our turn. Do you yield your time?
Lost track after all those unanimous consent requests. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized, and then the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, thank you for coming here today. Your willingness to speak directly to us and to the American people about your investigation is professional, it's courageous, and it's patriotic. It's high time that the American people hear directly from you about the results of your investigation of President Donald Trump for his criminal actions leading up to and the day of January 6th, 2021. The facts, according to your report, are simple. Without a single piece of evidence, Trump sowed doubt about the 2020 election results and urged his followers to, quote, walk down to the Capitol and fight like hell on January 6th. And that's exactly what they did. Thousands of insurrectionists violently tried to stop Congress from certifying the 2020 election and doing our duty, and they assaulted law enforcement officers, some of whom are sitting right here in the chamber with us. I was trapped in the House gallery with a small number of members that day, and I will never forget the pounding on the doors and the insurrectionists threatening to kill us right outside. My Republican colleagues keep trying to rewrite history. They claim that somehow Trump's words and actions did not legally rise to the level of criminal activity, that he did not directly cause violence at the Capitol. And so I want to set that record straight with you right now. First of all, you successfully secured indictments against Donald Trump in 2 major federal cases: election interference in the 2020 election and mishandling of classified documents after leaving office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been a federal prosecutor for nearly 30 years. You led this investigation, combing through hundreds of thousands of documents, photos, videos, and communication. Did your investigation find that Donald Trump attempted to manufacture fraudulent slates of presidential electors in 7 states that he lost?
Yes.
Did he pressure state officials to ignore true vote counts in those states?
Yes.
Did he spread lies and conspiracies to his followers to make them believe that the election had been illegally rigged against him?
Yes.
Did he pressure DOJ officials to stop the certification of the election?
He did.
Did he pressure his own vice president, Mike Pence, to stop the certification against the oath of office that he had sworn to the Constitution?
He did.
And when all of this didn't work, did he, Donald Trump, motivate and inspire an angry mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification?
Our proof showed that he caused what happened on January 6th, that it was foreseeable, and that he exploited that violence.
Did Donald Trump know that his allegations of election fraud were lies when he spread them?
Our proof was that he did, and we intended to prove that at trial.
In fact, as the quotes from your report behind me show, he even privately admitted that he lost the election, correct?
Yes.
He said, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you have to fight like hell." And he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?" During your closed-door deposition last month, you and I had an exchange about the impact on our democracy, the toll on our democracy, for not holding a president accountable for trying to steal an election. Do you remember that exchange?
I do.
I want to return to it because I think what you said in the closed-door deposition is important for the American people to hear right here in your public testimony. How would you describe the toll on our democracy if we do not hold a president accountable for attempting to steal an election?
My belief is that if we do not hold the most powerful people in our society to the same standards of the rule of law, it can be catastrophic because if they don't have to follow the law, it's very easy to understand why people would think they don't have to follow the law as well. And so I think the law should be applied equally to everyone.
And what do you think the toll is for future elections and future presidents who try to steal an election?
I think if we don't hold people to account when they commit crimes, it sends a message that those crimes are okay, that our society accepts that. I believe that if we don't call people to account when they commit crimes in this context, it can endanger our election process, it can endanger election workers, and ultimately our democracy. The attack on this Capitol on January 6th was, and the Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. said this, it was an attack on the structure of our democracy.
And we could experience much worse results down the road if this happens again. I thank you for your work, for your courage, and for your patriotism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Smith, just briefly, if there was no mob on January 6th that attacked the Capitol, we would not be here today, would we?
I can't speak to hypotheticals. The case I investigated involved a mob of supporters of Donald Trump's supporters.
Sure, I understand that. But had there not been a mob that rushed the Capitol, if they had just stayed in the original speech, if they had obeyed the instruction, go peacefully and patriotically, and make your voices heard, we would not be here. Isn't that correct?
Well, in that case, Donald Trump wouldn't have done many of the things.
I'm just asking. If they had gone peacefully and patriotically, we would not have had a special prosecutor. President Trump would not have been indicted. There would not have been, quote, the attack on the foundations of our democracy, correct?
That's a hypothetical, and I think it's a counterfactual hypothetical.
Well, and second point, in regards to what we just heard from my colleague from Washington, I think it's noteworthy that the vice president, despite the enormous toll that he has taken in these events, was against charging the president criminally in this case. But in regards to my own experience, Mr. Smith, I've charged many conspiracies. There's obviously a lot of benefit to that charge. It's a useful tool for fact-finding, scrutinizing evidence, figuring out exactly what happened, trying to form charges, trying to prove charges, trying to solidify the evidence. And in your case, sir, you've detailed, number one, the unprecedented criminal scheme, your words, not mine. In the press conference, you said there was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. Do you remember saying that?
I believe so, yes.
And in regards to your investigative authority, it was quite broad. We've already established that you had millions of dollars at your disposal. You had teams of lawyers. You had total subpoena power. You used campaign officials as witnesses. You subpoenaed millions of documents. You had civilian witnesses. You had political leaders. You had campaign officials that work with the president, folks who were in the room. And after all of this, sir, you charged a conspiracy, and notably absent, there was no insurrection charged. There was no seditious conspiracy charged. And there was only one defendant, correct? Donald Trump.
That is correct.
Despite 6 co-conspirators identified in the indictment, only one person was charged. Is that correct?
Yes.
Despite there being an unprecedented criminal scheme, you did not find it necessary to charge anybody else who was admittedly, by your own evidence, involved in a criminal conspiracy that amounted to an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy.
Yes. At the time of the conclusion of our work, my lawyers had believed that we did have proof to charge other people. I was in the process of making that determination when our work was concluded. But you are correct that the only person charged in this case was Donald Trump, who, in my estimation, was the person most culpable for the crimes charged.
Well, I understand your position, sir, but again, you started at the very top and only charged the top conspirator, in your opinion. You didn't charge anybody underneath him, correct?
Correct.
Despite that charge requirement, you would agree that a criminal conspiracy federally is a criminal agreement, correct?
Yes.
So by extension, people, under your theory, people besides the president were involved in the unprecedented assault on American democracy, but you didn't find it necessary to charge them criminally.
I had not yet charged anyone besides the president.
You didn't. You decided not to charge anybody but Donald Trump in that indictment.
Consistent with the federal principles of prosecution, which emphasize the degree of someone's culpability in making a charging decision, Donald Trump is the person that was charged.
I understand that. I understand your position, but you made the decision to charge one person and nobody else, correct?
I made the decision to make the charges in this case.
In regards to the way that the case handled from there, sir, I just want to get this on the record. In regards to your press conference, politics played no role, correct?
That is correct.
The charges you brought, politics played no role, correct?
Correct.
The expedited trial date played no role. Politics played no role, correct?
I followed the facts and the law, department policy.
The speedy trial request, there was no role in politics, correct?
That's correct. Supreme Court precedent emphasizes that.
And even your brief that the court found atypical, politics played no role.
Mr. Chairman, the time's expired.
The time the gentleman's expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. I believe it's important for the American people to finally hear from you directly about your investigations that you and your office conducted with integrity, following the facts and the law without fear or favor, as is department policy. And as people do hear from you, I think they're going to better understand why the White House and congressional Republicans are trying to rewrite history and seeking to discredit you and your investigation so that they can help the president avoid accountability for his crimes against the American people. So I'd like to move on from some of these baseless conspiracy theories we've been hearing and focus on your actual work as special counsel. In volume 1 of your report, you concluded that When it became clear that Mr. Trump had lost the election and that lawful means of challenging the election results had failed, he resorted to a series of criminal efforts to retain power. Chief among those criminal efforts was Mr. Trump's dissemination of demonstrably and often obviously false claims of election fraud in key states, claims that Donald Trump himself knew weren't true. In order to pressure officials to ignore vote tallies and submit fraudulent certificates of fake electors to Congress, he repeated these false claims and ultimately used them to direct an angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I represent southeastern Pennsylvania, which was one of the states targeted by Mr. Trump's criminal efforts. So being mindful of the clock, I wanted to try to explore 3 topics. First, the evidence that Trump made false claims of election fraud in Pennsylvania, knowing they were false. Second, the evidence concerning the submission of fake elector certificates from Pennsylvania to Congress. And third, why the evidence and witnesses concerning Trump's efforts in Pennsylvania were so compelling. So first up, in your report and deposition, you detailed the overwhelming evidence that Trump had lost Pennsylvania and he knew it. Despite this, he and his co-conspirators continued to make false statements about that result to advance their criminal plan. Can you describe the evidence that these were false claims and they knew they were false, including statements by election officials, court cases, and conversations between Trump and his Republican allies in the state?
Sure. What springs to mind most immediately is I recall one particular claim that there were more votes than ballots that had been sent out. This was a claim.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm putting up the other. I just do it. I keep sneezing. I had to go through my nose blow cough regime. I had to pop another Sudafed. I got to do some Mucinex nasal sniffers. I'm getting high as fuck off this cough medicine, dog. Okay, it's the only way.
And one was the
no, I'm kidding,
general election.
I'm here.
My team interviewed Rudy Giuliani regarding that claim, and he
you had Tesla, Robo News. There was an IPO too, but it's just barely above 50% of the volume.
So that's one of several.
DJT, that's me.
To witnesses in Pennsylvania, what springs to mind is the chair of the Republican Party, I believe, in Pennsylvania. This is relatively early, shortly after the election, had informed Donald Trump that the idea that fraud was the reason was not accurate. It was because of the counting of mail-in ballots, which was totally normal in this process. And again, this is someone who is a Republican who supported Donald Trump.
I'm gonna sneeze soon. Let me get this last sneeze out, and then we'll go to Philo.
And I mean, a second part of this, in addition
as
to
fun as this
false
is,
claims about
talking about 6 years ago,
and your deposition and report go into this in some detail. There was also this fraudulent elector plan where Trump and his co-conspirators solicited.
This is what I was saying. It felt like though, bro.
Trump electors if he won,
like we'd be like making plays, and they'd be like, "What about January 6th?" You don't remember what I used to tell y'all? We don't talk about J6. We talking about 6J. And if you don't know what 6J is, that's because the government and all these guys hate you. 6J is the Japanese yen. So you see how everybody talking about the bonds and the... That's what I was telling y'all. That's more relevant to the topic at hand. The 6J and the Japanese bonds, not the fucking Jack. Who's Jack Smith? That's a made-up name. What's your name? Jack Smith. That's cap. What's your real name? That's like when I tell the Arab people, and they like, what is your name? I say, my name is Josh.
About Pennsylvania's votes to
what is your Arab name? Josh. Joshua. No, come on, Habibi. What is your real name? I'm like, Jack Smith. Jack Smith. My name is Jack Smith. That's the most generic ass name I've ever heard in my life.
Mr. Chairman, I
Jack Smith.
Young ladies recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into a record.
That's how I order takeout. Jack Smith.
Published in C-SPAN. In June of 2020.
Nah, for real though, bro. That's a burner name.
On January 6th,
fucking Jack Smith.
President Trump was wrong then, he's wrong now. Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution.
That's how my hair looked until I lost the top.
and anyone who asks someone else to put them over the Constitution should never be president.
Objection.
And
Objection.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, you've said several times in your deposition that you believe that the facts and the law, your interpretation of the law, would lead to a conviction of President Trump. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you believe that same thing, that your interpretation of the law, your reading of the law, would have
all Jack Smith.
resulted in the conviction when you went after Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell back in 2014? Did you believe it at the time?
I did believe, and
ultimately you got a conviction in lower court, but that was overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
yes, the Supreme Court changed the law on what constituted an official act.
Actually, that's
incorrect.
incorrect.
That conviction was overturned.
That's incorrect. They applied the law, and they said in their ruling, our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It's instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute. A more limited interpretation of the term official act leaves ample room for prosecuting corruption while comporting with the text of the statute and the precedent of this court. They accused you of using a boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statutes. Now, did you believe when you went after John Edwards that your interpretation of the facts and the law were correct and that you would convict?
All right, guys. Philo time. Unless you guys, a lot of people are watching this, so if you want to get involved in the politics, I'll maybe if he's still on when we're done. So we'll see, baby. But yeah, time to go to Philo. Well, if you don't want to hear me talk about Philo, I wouldn't come. Again, all those earnings plays hit, though, now, low-key. So you could either push them or make them free or keep pushing them. But I'll see you guys there. God bless you all. It's been a good day. I'm glad I feel a little better. You know, we're pushing through. We haven't had any crazy thing. You just got a Besant comment. China buying more soybeans isn't required. So, yeah, I'll see you guys there. Market's looking good. And then tomorrow is Friday. So I'll see you guys over there. Bye.